shot the
perfect
fifth
nine
leg.
dart, and he's been threatening all day.
Oh, what's that? Because Reece Colley wins by 4 legs to 1.
He's plays with half a smile on his face, doesn't he, Martin Adams, which may now be becoming a full smile.
Game shot the fourth leg. Paul Hogan. Game shot and the
Ooh, I like this a lot. Oh, yeah. I'm all over that. Wonderful. Double 16. Oh, brilliant.
Jimmy Vankie.
Chance at the ball for a biggie.
game shot.
Yeah, we are not fooling around, are we, this morning? Very good morning from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Week 6 is filled with heavyweight names from top to toe. We've got the previous series runner-up. We've got arguably the best player at a tour card right now, and that's just for starters when we have 3-time world champions entering the fray later on in the week. But there's no tungsten tomfoolery here in the studio because we've got the asset Paul Nicholson alongside me. First and foremost, what a week we've got in the offing.
Yeah, when you look at the list, and I did that for the first time a couple of days ago, I thought, I'm privileged just to be here to witness what could be one of the best weeks we could have. We have got record breakers and pioneers of the Super Series here this week, and only one person can prevail at the end of this week to join the other 5 players who are in Champions Week. But when you look at the first game, for instance, Sykes against Pilgrim, easily that could be the last game of the week. We'll just have to wait and see.
Well, we'll reflect more on that, or look ahead to it more in just a second. But first and foremost, let's look back on last week where Andreas Harrison completed the perfect hat-trick in terms of victories, winning his way through in the final against Mike Warburton. And Andreas, someone who's becoming a real specialist for this competition.
Yeah, isn't he just? He loves playing here. He loves the competition. But we can't ignore just how well he's playing at the minute. This bullseye finish was not a flash in the pan. He was doing this pretty much the whole week. So when you consider how well he's played, not just here in Portsmouth, but in other places, that was not a shock. Even though a week ago I said to some of my colleagues in this industry, Andreas is going to win this week. He's just got the knack in Portsmouth and he's got the form right now. People said, well, maybe somebody else is going to have their week. Andreas was having none of it.
Statistically wise, it was an unbelievable week here in Portsmouth. Jared Cole hit a 9 darts. Andreas Harrison averaged just under 118. And this is kind of everything that we saw in general. David Evans, it shouldn't be forgotten that he won every single game in Group B. If there was a record there to be smashed, it pretty much was last week.
Well, let's face facts. We've got record breakers coming in this week who could almost equalise or top what we saw last week. But there are things that aren't on that screen right now. Leonard Gates still hasn't won a week here. And alongside Robert Thornton, they've got to be the 2 heavyweight players alongside, say, Martin Adams in Portsmouth. The fact that they haven't won here is a bit of a mystery. But yes, Jared Cole had the 9 darter, and we tip our hat to that. I was really happy to see Greg Ritchie in good form. We saw a lot of him in Southampton. We all thought that maybe he was going to kick on. He's had a bit of a tepid spell, but he may have been inspired by his pal Darren Beveridge getting to the tour. I think Greg might have a very good season, and I think even though he didn't win last week, watch out for him this year.
And it shouldn't be forgotten that Andreas Harrison's now won back-to-back finals with averages in excess of a ton. I can't remember that being done here before either. Right, let's look ahead to this week then, because it is a lineup littered with big names. And Group A, it kickstarts. Well, Game 1 is Tom Sykes against Dow Pilgrim. Reece Colley also made it through to the last Champions Week, and he made it through to the Champions Night. It's been a year since we've last seen Steve Johnston in action, but he was very impressive on debut. Jimmy Vankie and Damien Maul are here via ADC Europe. We'll talk about Group A in just a second, but looking at Group B and Group C, Kurt Parry was so good the last time he was here. And Nick Fulwell, when he was in Southampton, went for a real purple patch.
Yeah, we know that Nick's got a great amount of ability, maybe coming towards the twilight of his career, but he won't mind that because some people have the best parts of their careers when they're coming towards the twilight. But I am really interested to see Dave Ladley. I've known Dave a long time, and he's always been looked at as a player who's had his struggles away from the hockey, but also a player that maybe is not given the credit he deserves. Is he playing the best start of his life right now? Maybe. And I think this is the ideal time for him to come here. And there are people alongside each other in groups this week which really get me titillated. like Vankie with Maul in Group A, I think you're going to have a wingman to get yourself through it mood-wise. And as far as the standard is concerned, I think this week could deliver anything.
Well, this is what the bookies think about this week's proceedings. Darrell Pilgrim and Tom Sykes, who play in the first match of the session, go off favourites. And to be perfectly honest, there's no real surprise that they are the two favourites given their pedigree.
Not at all. We look at the series so far. People who have won the week have been to a weekly final before. They've had a really good shot at making a Champions Week night here at the Week 13 spectacle. So when you look at some of the people towards the end of those odds, like Dave Ladley and Matt Cast, that's probably based on the fact that they haven't done it before. But 50-1 on Dave Ladley, that's really interesting.
And when you look at players further down in this Group A, particularly players like Colley, who we know are getting better all the time, the fact that you've got two big-name players in there, does it give them the opportunity to perhaps go under the radar somewhat?
I think you can open your shoulders a little bit if you're Colley this week, especially in Group A, because he knows he's a scholar of the game, England international and everything like that. But he'll look at Pilgrim and he'll look at Tom Sykes as well, and he'll think, you're going to be the favourite for this group, aren't you? You walk into that practice room and you think, you're going to be the man to beat. And as far as Pilgrim's concerned, he always seems to be at the top of lists, whether it's averages or lists like we've just said with the odds. So I think Colley can open his shoulders, go out there, be flamboyant, and let the others shoulder the pressure for at least the first day.
Right, I think we've done enough talk. I think we should get the action underway, shouldn't we? And we're going to kickstart the action with the two favourites going toe-to-toe. Darrell Pilgrim is looking to become the fourth player to appear in 4 Champions Weeks if he is successful over the next 6 days. His first assignment is Tom Sykes, who came oh so close to lifting the jackpot in the middle part of February, losing out to Scott Taylor in the final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And the last series really was a breakthrough for the man from Castleford, signing a deal with a manufacturer and also gaining himself real attention across other tours too. And earlier on this morning, I called up to get his assessment on a whirlwind few weeks. Tom, well, Series 6 was a little bit of a whirlwind for you. It was more than a breakthrough, an opportunity for yourself to go and lift the big jackpot. How do you reflect upon that experience a few weeks on?
Yeah, I really enjoyed myself. Obviously, I didn't win it, but a lot of positives from it, and hopefully we can go again this time and go one step further.
Well, it looked like winning your week was going to be incremental progress. What did getting through to the Champions Night feel like for you in your career?
Yeah, one of the biggest things I've done, and I played well for most of the time that I were here last time, so week and Champions Week, so winning the group were a good thing for me, so yeah.
Has it felt career changing for yourself? Do you feel like it's put Tom Sykes on the map?
Yeah, definitely. I get a lot of people messaging me now saying that they've seen me playing, and it's good to see. I enjoy it.
Does it put a little bit of pressure on your back where before maybe you were going under the radar, people maybe weren't talking about you as much as others?
Yeah, but you're going to get that when you start playing well, and when you start getting out there, you're going to get that. So you just got to deal with it when it comes.
How much are you looking forward to embracing the challenge of this week? Because if you look at the lineup from Group A and every other group this week, it's going to be very, very tough. Yeah,
it's a tough group of players, but I feel like I'm playing well enough to get through if I keep going. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Well, I look forward to watch you play. Tom, all the very best.
Cheers.
Well, there's usually a saying that you save the best till last, but it feels like this week we may have the best for starters here. Tom Sykes up against Darrell Pilgrim. Quite the bank holiday Monday treat for you here at the Modus Super Series. And we should say, happy Easter, everybody. Hope you did have a very good day yesterday, whatever you were doing. It's been a very good year for Tom Sykes, the 31-year-old, won his first week here at the Live Lounge last time out, and is one game away from lifting the entirety of the competition. Up against Darrell Pilgrim, for whom his individual performances over the last 12 months have been as good as anybody about a tour card. Maybe the next step for him in terms of his career is to turn those performances into big titles. There'll be no better place to do it than the Live Lounge this week. Paul Nicholson has joined me here in the commentary box. This isn't a bad way to start, is it?
I'm not really sure that we could have started with a better fixture here this week of anybody. 12 players now battling to see who will join the likes of Rhys Robinson, Conor Heenahan, Bradley Roos, Neil Duff and Andreas Harrison. Now, Henry, off the air, we were talking this morning. What do all of those weekly winners have in common? It's pretty simple. They've all been to,
97.
before they've won in this series, a previous weekly final. And if we look at who's competing this week,
100.
let's take Tom Sykes and Daryl Pilgrim, for example. We know that they've been to a weekly final because they've won weekly finals. Do you think, Henry, that this week will be won by someone
100.
just the same as the previous 5?
You'd get the sense that when you consider the people of experience, you'd say a Pilgrim, you'd say a
45.
Sykes. You'd say it, Adams, the way he's been playing recently, isn't going to be too far off the pace. And we mentioned earlier players like Colley who have been ever improving over the last 12 months.
180.
Colley made it through to the last Champions Night, and he's not really had a look in when it's come to people's talks and people's fancies.
59.
But Pilgrim already getting off to a quick start. You feel like this is going to be a group where if you don't get out in 5 visits, you're not going to win legs.
140.
I honestly can't remember the last time Daryl Pilgrim wasn't sharp. You think about when he got his first successful title in Southampton, which was
120. Now we
over
require
2 years ago now.
46.
It feels as if he's been sharp ever since. Commentator's curse right there. He's just missed a single. Does he miss the double? He does
Game
not.
shot on the first leg.
And when you do
Daryl
make a
Pilgrim.
mistake, put it right. And that's exactly what he did just there.
Well, I did say that
So
this would be a
down
group
to
where if you don't go out in
reverse.
5 visits, you
Game
may well get punished. Daryl Pilgrim wins the first leg of the week in 15 darts. And just to emphasise your point about Pilgrim being razor sharp, he holds the record for the
140.
weekly winning average, which was back in Series 5, Week 2. That was the week where he went a bit berserk, had the 1-2-2 average, had the
43.
9 darter. He played the whole of the Group A, played the finals night, and his average over the course of 19 games was 96.1.
Now, this is something he can
58.
keep going. That record was brushed past briefly by Scott Taylor in
58.
Champions Week in Series 6. But at the end, Taylor just fell short of it in the last few matches. But you look at Scott Taylor, you look at Pilgrim, you look at some other players.
96.
What can they do over a 3-day campaign like Group A, which is exactly what is happening here this week again? What can they do in
60.
small fits and starts when you've got to be explosive on a finals night? Both of these players have got that quality. You need that if you're going to succeed here. And look no further than
59.
Andreas Harrison, who can play the long game and he can play the sprint game as well.
Pilgrim again leaving a finish after
57.
12 darts. Looking to back the break up in the last leg. We're holding this one, and it's been a
148.
uncharacteristically slow start here for Tom Sykes. Pilgrim will be counting his lucky stars for that. And he's going to get a dart, a double 14, for what would have been the first ton topper of the
120.
week. No doubting the quick start from Mr. P so far.
100.
Yeah, he's had Tom Sykes under pressure since dart 1.
Now we require 28.
This will be the first game of our day here on Monday. It will be the
Game shot
last
on the
game
second
tomorrow.
leg. Daryl
And
Pilgrim.
that's the last dart of leg 2. So far, so good for the man draped in Crystal Palace colours.
Third leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
He is the mayor of the ghost dart as well, isn't he? I suppose when it comes to doing that at the back of the stage, the two players that do it the most
55.
are both from South London. Or Croydon, depending on how you look at it. Cam Crabtree and Daryl Pilgrim.
They
45.
both played together a fair bit. Now, Tom Sykes has recently signed for a new manufacturer, and this is the first set of his own darts. Last time he was here, he was
100.
playing with prototypes, but now he's got his very own equipment. What's that like to play for the first time?
Well, before we get into that, are you telling me, Henry, that these darts are different to the ones he used in Series 6?
134.
They are. Okay. It's always very cool when you get your first set.
100.
You just got to be wary to make sure that they are exactly what you need. Pilgrim is using something slightly different to what I've seen him use in the last few months. He's got the blue on the barrels now. That might be just an aesthetic thing, whereas these might be constructively different.
Well, I've been reliably informed that Tom only got this set on Saturday, so he's only had a couple of days to wear them in. The first thing I can see right away compared to the setup that I've seen from Tom previously is how much longer the point is.
Yeah, it did have a fairly long point previously, but the weight of that dart is so important. And you might think that it might be exactly the same weight as previously, but what I'm seeing is the weighting, as in where the weight is distributed through the barrel. Pilgrim's up to it again.
145. Tommy require 90.
Not this time, but Sykes just wants to get a dart at a double. Hasn't had one yet. And he doesn't.
Well, he liked the lie of that first dart so much that he chased the treble and then paid the price by missing the big number.
70.
He recovers with the last dart, but the form Pilgrim's in right now, he wouldn't expect to come back. 2 darts at double 8 for the double break. And a 3-0 lead. And Pilgrim is just coasting through. 3 legs won in 48 darts, the equivalent of 16 per leg. That's just basically Darryl Pilgrim territory.
I concur. We've spoken many times about Andy Bolton coming here, one of the premier players outside of the PDC tour card system. He comes here, he averages 90, and he usually succeeds. However, the best compliment I can pay Pilgrim is that when he comes here, he tends to average about 93 to 96 all the time. And he tends to succeed. He's got 3 weekly titles since we started the Modus Super Series.
100.
And he's never missed a Saturday. 6 from 6. And
43.
I'd go so far to say that whether it's Group A, Group B, or Group C, see him on Saturday. He will be there.
And he's got through to a Saturday every single which way possible. He's done it through C, he's done it through B, and he has done it through A.
100.
He's not the only person to do that as well. Mr. McEwen's done that as well.
I think McEwen's done it through Group D, and that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I think McEwen has done almost everything here at the Modus Super Series. The only thing he hasn't actually won was that double start special week.
34.
If he'd have won that instead of Neil Duff, he would have won every single thing we've ever had under this roof. That's better.
180.
But it may be a case of too little, too late, as Pilgrim leads 67 for the match and for 4-0 victory, and to, right from the get-go, send out a signal of intent. It's going to be double 10 to seal it.
57.
Surely now Sykes is going to get a shot at a double. Even that dart was a little low in the single.
26.
They are really long, those points, aren't they? Well, this game might not have any more length to it.
Because Pilgrim is looking to pick the points up. And he duly does with a 4-0 success, averaging 92.5. It was a demolition from Darryl there, beating Tom Sykes in just under 9 minutes by 4 legs to 0. Not the start that Tom Sykes would have wanted. The shake of the head there tells you everything that you need to know. But Mr. P is Mr. W for the first time this week, as he looks to become the first player to appear in 4 Champions Weeks. Reece Colley follows up next, up against Stephen Johnston. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Darrell Pilgrim get out the traps in, well, typical Darrell Pilgrim style, averaging 92.5 and 50% on the doubles to dismantle Tom Sykes by 4-0. Next up for us, Reece Colley, who made it through to Champions Night in Series 6. The man from the West Midlands has had a real good 12 months or so, appeared at the Lakeside in his first World Championship appearance. Now 24, the Dudley Massive will be watching in big numbers to see him in action. Why is this a return for Stephen Johnston, the 35-year-old from Falkirk, playing with the chunky Stumpies? He was a real tenacious, fiery character the last time he was here, and he played very well the last time he was here. Unlucky not to make it through to the Saturday night.
Yeah, fair to say. And if you were watching the last time Johnston was here, if he wins a leg or a match, expect something to happen.
Game on.
Because he enjoyed every single one of them, didn't he? And I don't mind that, whether there's fans here or not, because who's he putting off by enjoying his darts? Welcome back, Stephen. It's great to have you. Look at those things. Old school darts, they are. You don't see many people using equipment like that anymore.
But this could be a game played in fiery spirit, because
55.
Colley's not one to lack in letting people know how he gets along with his action either. Here they are, the chunky Stumpies.
43.
They're amazing, those darts. They don't make them like that anymore. They may even be custom.
93.
I always like to see someone bearing the flag
41.
of where they come from. And Stephen is the sole Scot here this week, amongst a sole Welsh player in Kurt Parry.
54.
A couple of Dutch players that you will see in Game 3 after this, and 8 English players. So we are focusing on all of the heavyweight
100.
nations in World Darts at the minute. Maybe with the exception of Northern Ireland, which has definitely got a big footprint at the minute with the likes of Dolan, Gurney
96.
and Duff, especially here in Portsmouth.
But it is the man from the West Midlands who's got off to the better start, leaving himself on 104. And it may have to go now. And that was the worst die he could have thrown. And so Johnston back. Should have a couple of darts at tops here for the opening leg break.
You'd rather see that 5 fall on the floor.
Game shot on the first leg. Stephen
No gumption
Johnston.
there for Johnston, but a very solid first leg win against the throw in
Second leg,
17
Stevens
darts.
to throw first. Game on.
I'm fascinated to see where Scottish darts goes from here, you know. Gary Anderson's playing brilliantly at the minute. Peter Wright is definitely playing better.
140.
But I'm fascinated by the next level of Scottish darts. That's why I was so buoyed to see Greg Ritchie here last week. I'm a big fan of his. I think he's got levels.
100.
The likes of Beveridge and Jamie Clark and other players who have come down here from north of the border, like Gary Stone, who won a couple
36.
of ADC events over the weekend. So well done to Gary.
Wasn't the only Scot either. Andy Bolton, of course, won one.
140.
Exactly. Scottish darts has got a really, really good footprint at the minute. And it's not just with the usual suspects. There are
100.
more players out there like Stephen.
Bolton, who for me, pound for pound, is easily in the top 10 players who've had a tour card at the minute.
Let's stick him in the top 5.
91.
And that argument's going to rage on every single season.
Do you remember last summer where Steve West had a few words with Phil Bars in that
52.
interview over the top
Richard
players who had a
McGraw,
tour card?
170.
I think Steve had a case. Now, Reece was trying to go one better than Darrell Pilgrim did
105.
in the first game, who missed the ball for the 170. Such a lovely rhythm to this game. Very
137,
similar,
Richard McGraw,
the two of them,
65.
when it comes to seconds used to deliver every dart. 4-4 for Reece.
61.
Might pay the
Stephen
price for that
McGraw,
one.
36.
Johnson broke in the first. Can he double his advantage here? Double 18 is what he's looking at. And double
Game shot
18
the
is what he
second leg.
finds, and he is
Stephen
2-0 to
Johnston.
the good, averaging just above 91, and he's carrying on here at the Live Lounge in
Delegates
Portsmouth
race to
in the
throw first.
same
Game
vein that he left off around about a year ago.
You might be wondering why someone like Stephen Johnston doesn't
85.
get himself down here a bit more often. A lot of these players, they tend to use their work holidays
43.
to come here for a week. Great opportunity to win a lot of money and to have a chance to get more time off work when it comes to the Champions Week, which will be at the end of May this time.
140.
Definitely playing well. This is really decent from Stephen Johnston. I remember the first time he came here, Henry.
125.
Such a big hoo-ha going on with his inclusion because of
135.
a relative of his who's sadly no longer with us. The great Peter Johnston. One of the premier Scottish dart players ever.
133.
Of that there's no doubt.
Ratio required 58.
So Colley to reduce the deficit to 2-1. 2 darts at tops.
80.
Doesn't go, and
Stephen
similar
McGuire,
to the first
83.
leg, Colley has squandered an opportunity, and Johnston's looking to pick the pieces up.
This is where you get the big 16. Don't gamble. Sensible. And
Game
brilliant.
shot in the third leg. Stephen Johnston.
Now, I know that I've said this a million times, but I'm going to say it again.
Full forget Stevens.
Why would you gamble on
Game
treble
on.
with 66 left and 2 darts when you can guarantee that big 16 and an open bullseye? Why would you want to gamble and leave double 9? It's a pesky double anyway.
100.
I think we know exactly where the standard's going to be laid as far as this group is
97.
concerned, because of the 7 legs that we've seen so far today. They've either been won in 15, 16 or 17 darts.
140.
Yeah, that's pretty good. If a Group A is averaging around 87.5, 88, we're very impressed.
100.
Because of the strength of this group, I would not be surprised if the entire crop over the 45 games average
100.
somewhere close to 90.
Well, Colley's averaging 88.5, and it looks like he's on the
119,
receiving end of a drubbing, because
161.
Johnston's got 6 darts and 161 for the match. And the way that he plays the game, if he got the first couple of trebles, I think I would have expected him to go for the
121.
bull. But he gets the next best prize, tops after 12.
I'm going to get this right out the way, because if Stephen Johnston hits tops for Reese,
59.
this has got to be
Stephen
just a
Require,
little Colley
40.
wobble.
Spectre Raw if the tops goes.
Game
It's an opening
shot
win
of
for
the
Stephen
match.
Johnston. He
Stephen
picks up his
Johnston.
form here, just where he left it off last time out, around about a year ago. It took 7 minutes flat to get the better of Reece Colley by 4 legs to 0. An average of 95.5, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. As far as Reece Colley's concerned, 88.5 average, and he hardly got a look in that encounter. Well, coming up after the break, one of the form players on the ADC European circuit, Jimmy Vankie, is back in action, and he takes on Damien Maul. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where so far it's been a case of early morning bagels for Tom Sykes and Reece Colley, Dale Pilgrim and Stephen Johnston with big victories to kickstart the day. And talking about big, well, they don't get much bigger and much taller than Jimmy Vankie, do they? Making Damien Maul, well, look like a mole, doesn't he? Big size difference, and Damien will be hoping there's not a big difference in terms of what happens on the stage. Well, Jimmy Vankie, in fact, that camera that you're looking at there is actually planted from the roof. He's that tall. Back for his second appearance here. Look at the size difference between him and our referee, Owen Binks. The 30-year-old from Breda, winner of 3 ADC European qualifying tours, the Dutch Sykes, up against Damien Maul, who made the last 96 of the UK Open back in 2022.
Do you know what a sequoia is?
Please do.
It's a tree. A sequoia tree is the kind of tree you'd find in California. You know those famous Hollywood trees that you see?
First
Like
leg, it's
palms?
Jimmy to throw
These ones are
first.
bigger.
Game on.
You find them in Napa Valley and places like Sacramento in Northern California. Yeah, a sequoia is a very, very big tree. So essentially, he's a Dutch tree.
Good morning. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series, everybody.
100.
The one thing that's worried me already is if he wins this week, I've got to do the interview on Saturday night on stage. I'm going to need to bring some
84.
stilts or something, can't I?
You'll have to bring those Cuban heels you've been talking to us about. Well, let's face facts. The Dutch sequoia, never thought I'd say that in my life,
140.
is a very tidy player, and he has got Group A experience. However, the last time he was here, he didn't make the Saturday.
41.
I get the feeling that we will speak to him over the next couple of days, and his sole goal here this week is just to make the final day.
And I think he's a player that
60.
very quickly built up a reputation that anything other than that would be classed as a failure in his eyes.
Everybody who comes here, that should be
100.
their immediate goal, in my opinion. You always want to win one game at a time. That's the right mindset when you're here on the day, but it's okay to set yourself a goal at the start of the week. And for everybody, that should be make Saturday and then take care of that if and when it comes.
81.
Well, Vankie leaves himself first to finish, leaving Shanghai after 12. For Damien, it's been a slow start to this particular encounter.
58.
And so
Jimmy
Jimmy
McCoy,
has 6 from here to
120.
take out the opening leg with throw. Heads down. He was hoping to go up for tops. But he is going to do the next best task and leave himself double 10.
$95.
He'll
Jimmy
be throwing
McCoy,
down
20.
on this double 10 like he is on pretty much every double. Double 5.
10.
Not yet.
Damien McCoy, 123.
This would be a real pinch for Damien. Bullseye for him. Oh, the line was good, wasn't it? Just short.
Jimmy McCoy, 10.
A really good effort from Maul.
And that could be the red cut call that Jimmy needs. He's been straying around on the doubles. Double 2 doesn't go. And Damien Maul, who was a
Damien
passenger
McCoy,
in this leg,
25.
now has a real bona fide opportunity to win it. Double 8.
What's going on today with the people who have got the darts in their matches?
James on the
They're not
first
winning
leg.
legs at all.
Damien Maul.
To prove that point, Pilgrim didn't have the
Second leg is
darts in
Damien
game
to throw
1.
First. Game on.
He won 4-0. Johnston didn't have the darts in the second game. He won 4-0.
58.
Who's going to be the first person to win a leg from the left-hand side of the draw?
There's been more breaks than a CBS sports broadcast.
100.
That's a lot of breaks. Well, isn't it great to have Damien here? Obviously, over the last 2 or 3 seasons, he's gained a lot of experience on the
40.
PDC Tour. Played some great players, beaten some great players. But I do get the feeling with his level of performance, coming away from the
95.
circuit is a good thing. Now he can use that experience and build towards the player he wants to be.
58.
Losing a tour card or not getting one should never be seen as a failure. It's just part of your journey. And for Damien,
58.
just got to move forward by getting here, going to other ADC events in Europe, and maybe going to some WDF stuff as well.
140.
Build that confidence one brick at a time. But I think as far as this Group A campaign is concerned, having Jimmy here with him is massive.
180.
They can speak their mother tongue to each other. They can hang out. They can bounce off each other. But once a day,
59. Jimmy requires 68.
they've got to do this. Somewhat merciless.
Would there be an irony that the first leg won by a player on the left-hand side of the bracket would be a break?
36. Damien require 146.
It would have been. Could still get it. He's already missed 6 darts at a double in this match, and it's only leg
Jimmy
2.
requires 32.
He's dominated the scoring stakes.
Game
And
shot
he
of
has
second
finally
leg.
pinned a double.
Jimmy
Vankie
Vankie.
breaks back in 16. Level ER 1-1.
You know, when I was going to sleep last night thinking about this group,
Delegates Jimmy to throw first.
and this is how my crazy mind works,
Game
Henry. I thought about his nickname. I thought about what he was going to do here this week, and for some reason I made up a rhyme for Jimmy. Jimmy Vankie sitting in a tree.
55.
Hitting.
Right, I'm getting my coat.
45.
Well, he has hit a double. So at least he's the first person with the darts in a match to have done that here today.
100.
You're still thinking about the rhyme at home, everybody, aren't you?
95.
Yeah, spend about 5 minutes in my brain. You'll be screaming for the warden to let you out.
59.
Well, you're mentioning the fact that them two could spend time together. They actually came in at the same time. I actually bumped into the pair this morning coming into
100.
the venue. Both looked in good spirits. All of them kind of came in just before 8 o'clock, so plenty of time in terms of preparation to get themselves ready. Had about an hour and a half
60.
beforehand. Had a chuck on the stage before the action got underway.
I think especially when it's Monday
91.
morning, you just want to get here a little bit early, set your stall out, make sure that you're comfortable, introduce yourselves to the players in the group, because Jimmy and Damien won't have played against Stephen Johnston before. They may not have ever been in the same practice room as a Tom Sykes or a
82.
Reece Colley or a Darryl Pilgrim.
170.
Feel the room out a little bit.
Well, we'll be hoping he's got
98.
6 on
Jimmy
170
require
here, but he knows that
145.
Vankie is very much capable of taking a finish like this out. Treble 15. And treble 19 instead.
What's going on with 85? It's almost as if going for treble 15 is unfashionable now.
104. Damien requires 72.
45 and 85 is almost the equivalent of bell bottoms. Well,
40. Jimmy
didn't need
requires
me to tell you what
41.
Damien thought of that shot for the single 16. It cost him a shot for the leg.
2 18s, 2 on
Bench on the
Vankie.
third leg.
And following the first
Jimmy
leg wobble,
Vankie.
the Dutchman is very much up and running now.
Fourth leg, it's Damien to
Do
throw
we know how
first.
tall he
Game
is,
on.
actually? I know that the Dutch and people around that part of Europe like centimetres. We go in feet and
58.
inches. But we will get to the bottom of that. Or, in the case of Jimmy, get to the top of it. But he's got to be close to 200 centimetres, surely. Looks like he belongs in the
58.
NBA. With the likes of Luka Doncic.
We should have a tall week for the tallest players.
96.
Core Decker's going to be on there.
There's 11 Dutch players in Core Decker then. Have you met Vincent Camphouse?
No, I haven't, no.
Be prepared to get a sore neck.
95.
Could you imagine Jimmy Vankie playing Makua Suzuki?
Well, Core Decker did.
140.
And that did make me giggle. The size difference between those two. I think that's the biggest size difference between two players we've had here in Portsmouth. Now, there's a sign for me that Jimmy is playing decent darts. only scores a ton, but all 3 darts were really compacted
43.
tightly. That's a good sign.
Well, apparently Court Decker did an interview on the balcony, but he didn't have to go up the stairs. He just leaned over the ledge.
56.
Maul is going to have 6 darts to 164 to level this match up at 2 apiece. It's felt a little bit of a swings and roundabouts encounter. Vankie made the best of the
48.
opening, but Maul nicked the first leg. It looked like he was then going to push away with the ascendancy. Vankie moved 2-1 up, and now Maul's got the opportunity to level this game back up.
Yeah, but which way is he going to go? It's either going to be up or down.
60.
60s or 57s.
16.
57, just the once needed.
39.
That's a bit slack
Jimmy
with dart 3.
132.
And Jimmy's got a chance. Oh, he had a chance.
But the chance has come and gone, and Maul should,
37.
at the very least, get a dart now to square this game back up at 2 apiece. Tops it is.
37.
Vankie comes back for the break.
Jimmy require 95.
Bullseye on 19s. Well, Bull's covered. He can probably see over the top of it, quite frankly. Told you.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
What are you
Jimmy
apologising for,
Vankie.
Jimmy? That was a great shot. Now, just because our
The
camera
Jimmy's
showed a
at
blocked
first.
bullseye
Game on.
doesn't mean it was blocked to him. That's why we're not shocked by that hit. We're going to have to get Jimmy cam.
$140.
We did have a Jimmy here from the Netherlands recently, didn't we, with Jimi Hendrix? Didn't go too well for Hendrix. I just wonder if Vankie can go one better in making the Saturday and indeed having a tilt at winning the week. In previous times, we have had a Dutch player win a week 6. That was back in series number 4, and it was won by Barry Van Peer, beating Scott Taylor in that final. That was a particularly heavyweight week.
Probably leading us to what I think was the best Champions Week lineup we've ever had here. But Vankie here leaving 8-1 after 9 on for potential 11 data to win the match. And
57.
we would have raced through the first round of
81.
fixtures in little over 3/4 of an hour.
That makes sense to me, because when he had 41, he went 5 double 18. So watch out for him leaving that double this week. And he has done so again, but this time for his first win in his first match.
And considering Daryl Pilgrim's love of that double, it could get a pepper in this week. Edging closer, but it can't edge it in for the win.
Damien requires 66.
To stay alive. Double 16. It's in there. Get it a little bit quicker, Damien. It could have fallen out, that one. It was flopping a bit. But that will make Jimmy feel a little bit
Flag gets Damien to throw
perturbed.
first. Game on.
And he's not happy because 3 dots at double 18, which we're 99% there thinking that it's his favourite double. He's not got it done.
46.
And there's no guarantee he gets another shot. That's one of the complexities of this game.
And we've seen it before, how precarious a 3-1 lead can be in this format. Maul holds here. We go all the way to a decider. And even though Vankie would have the darts, it's a completely different
87.
complexity in the last leg.
You know, in previous times, I've actually commentated on Damien before, and at the start of doing some of his games, I had to actively not call him Adrian. Because when I think about the surname Maul, I always think of Adrian Maul, that famous book. I've got that implanted in your head right now, haven't I?
Yes. Well, once again, Vankie has left 2 darts after 9 to try and get the job done. The scoring in patches has been nigh on immaculate. It's been the finishing, it's been his real problem. And he's not going to get a match start on this occasion, but he is going to come back for free his favourite double 18 upon his return to get the job done eventually.
If at first you don't succeed,
130.
try and try again.
Jimmy require 36.
He's got a score to settle on double 18.
But now it's double 9 to complete the job. And that's now 6 match darts that are come and they've gone, and the 6th one looked like it spat out the target.
Damien require.
Now, Jimmy
60.
is a very relaxed guy, but even he is getting a bit miffed by these match darts missing by tight margins.
20.
But he's been given a second bite of the cherry this time.
3 from 15 when it's come to the doubling for Jimmy Vankie. And if he spurns any more opportunities, we could have a tie-break match.
And get it done now, Jimmy, because you've run out of water.
He goes back to the well,
10.
but he comes up dry again.
Damien require 40.
That is 8 missed match darts.
Game
And
shot on the
Damien
sixth
Maul
player.
is leaving a
Damien
very
Maul.
charmed life here. Even he can't believe this game is still going.
7 from final.
Now
round
the
is
battle
Jimmy's
that Jimmy
third.
has
Game on.
is in his own mind. When you've missed this many darts for a match, you just want to get another chance to put it right.
60.
This is why it's such a mental game.
And the fact that Jimmy's kicked off dry, Damien would have thought if he can find something
57.
makeable here, he'd have the running in the last leg. It's all about who can put their foot down first. And Vankie may have just done it there.
40.
How many more players are we starting to see do that than ever before? Blocking the 60, but still finding a way
96.
past it twice. The commissioner of doing that at the minute is Luke Humphreys. How he does it, I have just no idea. I'm convinced that Luke is a
125.
magician, by the way. But Jimmy can do it as well, and we'll watch out for that this week. But this is a very similar leg
57.
to the previous one, isn't it? He's way ahead in the scoring stakes. He's going to get to a match shot again, but it's a question of whether he does it.
136.
Now, is the fact that he's left tops this time going to be the separator from missing to hitting?
60.
Is a change
Jimmy
of MO
require
going
40.
to lead to a change of fortunes? Double 10. Up for double 5. And decides
No
to
score.
bust this time.
Double figures missed at the outer ring for the match.
134. Jimmy require 40.
Back to tops. Unlucky for some. Match star 13.
Game shot
Not
of
unlucky
the
for Jimmy.
match.
And he
Jimmy
does get over the
Vankie.
line eventually. Those two are going to have a fair bit to talk about in the practice room over the next game, which neither are going to be involved in because it will be Daryl Pilgrim and Reece Colley. But Jimmy Vankie has been on some sort of journey over the last 7 legs, winning that one by 4 legs to 3. It wasn't a classic, both averaging around the 80 mark, but that doesn't really tell you the story. Look at that, 4 from 22, and he missed 12 of those darts to win the match by a bigger distance. Well, 2 points to Jimmy, none for Damien, but who's going to get the next 2? Will it be Pilgrim or Colley?
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where that man in your picture, Darryl Pilgrim, put in one of the performances of the first round. A 92.5 average to beat Tom Sykes by 4 legs to 0. Reece Colley's yet to win a leg today. He lost to Stephen Johnston by that particular scoreline. It's seconds out. It's round 2. Before the break, we saw Vankie get the better of Damian Maul 4-3 to complete the opening salvos worth of fixtures. Well, Pilgrim averaged 92.5, 50% on the doubles, and he can comfortably go about that kind of distance throughout the duration of the day.
You would think so, Henry, because
First
in
leg,
previous
it's Darryl
times,
to
that's
throw
just
first.
what he does.
Game on.
I love his commitment, you know. His ability to know what he wants and to put it into
78.
some sort of perspective through hard work is my favourite thing about Pilgrim. However, if I may put my sensible hat on for a second,
180.
there's a lot of people out there who think he's underachieved in the last 2 or 3 years. You might think I'm crazy for saying that. It's not coming from me, it's coming from other people. Because each Q school that comes around, he doesn't make it through. And this year, he didn't even get a point.
85.
The argument of, are there too many spaces for Q School instead of the Challenge Tour, is very pertinent for Pilgrim, because if, for example,
96.
the PDC decided that the Challenge Tour could have 8 cards at the end of the season, which player or players would benefit from that more than a Q School campaign?
96.
Pilgrim would be the top of the list. He's better over the course of a season than the course of 8 days.
55. Ratio require 140.
Well, Colley here looking to be the best over 6 days. He's not going to take out the 140 this turn, but he doesn't have to. He's got a couple of cracks at this. Went high to make
100.
sure he didn't catch dart 1.
This is a much better leg from Reece Colley.
Ratio require 40.
He only got 3 darts at double in his first match and didn't hit any of them.
Game shot on the first.
At least now he's got his first
Reece
double.
Colley.
And it's a 14 darter as well
Second leg, it's Reece to
for
throw
the man
first.
from Dudley.
Game
Chaos. But a real big crowd with him, didn't he, on that Champions Night?
on.
I
83.
actually spoke to his family following that particular final, because they stayed right until the very end and said, don't you worry, that's just the beginning of Reece Colley. You're going to see plenty more of him in these big
137.
nights in years to come.
Of that I have no doubt.
83.
The reason I say that is because I think you've got to have certain qualities to succeed, not just here, but in World Darts. We are talking about a former British Open champion, and that tells you something
98.
else. He might be nicknamed Chaos, but he does have this relaxed aura on the stage, and he has
100.
wonderful technique. Very compact, very similar to that of Luke Humphries, in fact, where the elbow is actually quite close to the ribs when
43.
everything is being drawn back. It's not very rangy. If you were to compare his action to the likes of Pilgrim or, say, an Andy Hamilton,
99.
their arms are further away from their body when they're trying to get things right. They can see that full arm extension before the drawback. That's quite rangy. Whereas Colley is just a bit more compact. It's a bit more relaxed and less stringent.
34. Ratio require
So 136 for Colley, and again he's got 6 darts at it. From the sublime in the first game, it's been a little bit more patchy for Pilgrim in game 2.
96.
And Colley, credit goes where credit's due, is taking full advantage of that. If he can pin this first dart, he would have completed the first 2 legs in the space of 30 darts.
And that'll get it done in most games in a Group A scenario,
59.
no matter who you play.
Ratio require 40.
Double top. Yet to hit it.
Game shot on the
Until
second
now.
leg. Reece Colley.
Very, very good indeed for a 2-0 lead. Darryl not happy to be 2-0 down,
Throw first.
because like every dart player who walks through these doors. They want to win every game they play, but nobody has ever won every game they play in Group A.
60.
It's one of the only records to have never been smashed. Now there is a bit of motivation for Darrell because he's got records. Highest losing average here, highest winning average here.
180.
But nobody's got 30 points from Group A. And if he loses this match, he can't do it.
98.
And if Reece Colley wins, he can't do it because he's already lost a match. Do you think, and I'm going to put this out to our chat room on YouTube,
140.
and to you, Henry, will someone ever do that?
No. I just think now there's such a strength in depth when it comes to Group A's. I just think it's going to be so difficult. I think there would have been a time that maybe when he began about 2 years ago where maybe there was possibilities because there was
100.
maybe a couple of players where they're probably just a level below. But you don't get that with Group A's anymore, such as the strength in depth.
Yeah, I remember Jared Cole in Southampton had 2 consecutive days with 10 points. And then come
43.
Wednesday, he just relaxed a bit.
Reach
Ended up getting 4 points from the 10. Didn't get close to the 30. Darrell just doesn't seem to
49.
have his scoring shows in this game, averaging well into the low 70s.
What did we say about Reece Colley earlier on this morning in the respect that he could go severely under the
60.
radar? He's averaging 102
required
here,
32.
and all we're talking about is the below-par performance of Pilgrim. But let's
Games on the
shout out
third
Chaos as he double
Reece
breaks and
Colley.
leads 3-0.
Yeah, this is a good performance.
Four-flagged
Very
Reece
consistent.
to throw first. Game on.
He's got Pilgrim on the ropes.
Done in the space of 45 darts. That equates to an average of 100.2.
125.
Doesn't look like slowing down either. Have you noticed that Reece Colley and Stephen Johnston have got the same shoes on? These very
85.
fashionable trainers. It's all your fault, Chris Dobie, Nathan Aspinall and Luke Littler. Everybody's catching on.
New wheels.
60.
It's not new. There's a thing at the minute in World Darts where people want to have the fanciest hockey shoes.
96.
Speak to Michael Smith about that. He went out and bought a pair of shoes that were so expensive, he said, I don't think anybody else can afford them.
140.
Whereas I am the man in the white Vans today.
That's a great 140 from Darrell, but the destiny of leg 4 and this match is not in his hands. Can he squeeze one past that?
140.
Silly question, really. The way he's played in this game, this is one of the best performances he's ever had. But it's still got the full stop to come.
And Pilgrim
100
put some pressure on
36.
for the match. And to round off a superb performance, 99.
80.
But it is not done just
Now we
yet.
require 80.
Missed match darts. Where have we seen that before? Oh, that's right, the previous game. 5-5 to save.
75.
Just not been his match.
Reach require 18.
Well, they are the first 2 darts he's had at a double in this game. They may be the only 2 he gets. But there is a little bit of a flounder on the finishing line for Colley. But he gets over the line in the end. He beats Darrell Pilgrim by 4 legs to 0. And 3 of the first 4 games in what we thought was going to be a very tight Group A have been 1-0. Reece Colley, who lost by that scoreline in Game 1, wins by that scoreline in Game 2. And a really impressive performance as well. It was above the ton mark before he had a couple of missed doubles for the match. 95.43 in the end. 4 out of 11 on the outer ring. As for Darrell Pilgrim, well, that is subpar for a man that we expect so much from. Coming up after the break, Damien Maul takes on Tom Sykes. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Reece Colley has got the better of Darryl Pilgrim by 4-0. Now we watch that man, Tom Sykes, the runner-up from Series 6, who is looking to get his first leg on the board in Series 7. He was beaten by Darryl Pilgrim in the first match, whereas Damien Maul was also a loser in round 1. 4-3 against Jimmy Vankie. Pulled it back to a last leg decider before his compatriot reeled off the win. And so the question is, Paul Nicholson's going to get off the mark in this one.
In darts, we can have a big
First
fish.
leg, it's Damien to throw first. Game on.
We can have a little fish. But today so far is what I like to call a Michael fish, because you can't forecast this.
134.
Who would have thought that Reece Colley would beat Darryl Pilgrim in round 2 4-0? Who would have thought that Sykes would lose 4-0 in his first game? And Johnston beating Colley 4-0. This is like a late 80s hurricane.
85.
It's here, but it wasn't forecasted. Or should I say forecast?
180.
I only got a B at English at school. I didn't get an A. But we'll give Tom an A for that 180.
140.
Because it's his second of the day. And he is still using those new darts by the looks of it, which have slightly longer points.
142 for Maul to take out the first leg. And maybe that first performance from Tom Sykes was a little bit of an April Fool's to everybody here at the Super Series. Well, they get much better here than the 25 route. Kickstart on the 1-2-1. What can Damien do with the 90?
There's no April Fools in live sport.
85. Tommy requires 32.
Tom looking for a break of throw to start round 2. Guides don't get better than that.
Game shot on the first leg.
And that's his first leg of the day.
And starts don't get better than that. 14 darter to break for Tom Sykes, up and running, leg to nil up. What's the next step now for Tom Sykes? He's made a series final here. He hits a maximum there. But outside the Super Series, where do you think the next step on his journey is?
That's a really good question. I think this place has had such an impact on his darts career. He wants to continue to be successful here for the rest of the season.
45.
Obviously, he's going to go to Challenge Tour darts. This year so far, he's averaging just shy of 89 for the season in that bunch of competitions, which is in the top 15.
180.
There's nothing wrong with his 180s in this game, that's for sure, but I think the next step for him is to maybe win a Challenge Tour event and
128.
to start competing on a regular basis as a substitute on the Pro Tour. And I'm not fast-tracking him whatsoever. I think he's ready for that.
56.
Well, he's left himself tops after 12. He's averaging in excess of 110. He had a 109 average at Champions Week against Scott Taylor. Those are the levels of which he is very much capable of. This would be for 2-0 in the space of 3 minutes.
20. Damien Ibaka, 146.
Damien had a shot at 146 in his previous match and went for the 19s. So he's decided to go a different route this time.
Tommy required 20.
Double 10, and he's going to go left here. I thought he might have gone to the other side because that looked like a blocker to me, and now he eventually does go right.
Game shot on the second.
And he passes the Dutchie, but via the right-hand side, and Sykes is 2-0 to the goods.
You might be a bit young for this, Henry, but you know what a Dutchie is?
I do, until you literally just said right there, what is a Dutchie, and I've completely lost it. It's something kind of like of the royal type of variety, isn't it?
It's a fruit basket.
95.
As you can see, with the pounds that I put on recently, I don't know a lot about fruit.
There's a lot of fructose in fruit. It's not particularly good for the old waistline. Listening to Kevin Bridges recently, he was talking about having a wham bar for breakfast. A very funny sketch from a very good comedian. Well, this is no laughing matter for Damien Maul.
57.
If he's going to be bossed around by Sykes, he could find himself at the basement of the table at the end of round 2. Now, Sykes has played Challenge Tour darts this year, and 2 of the 3 games he's lost have been to Super Series regulars.
140.
One of them, first event of the year that he played in, Challenge Tour 3, he lost to Daryl Pilgrim. And the most recent one he played in, he lost to Connor Scott, who was here last week.
58. Damien McCoy, 112.
Well, Damien's got 6 starts from here to get his first leg on the board. Double 16 to do it. With what would have been the first ton topper of the day.
I think we may have been spoiled by the Ton Plus checkouts last week.
140.
A little bit of a drought at the start, but we'll give it time to be put right. Double 4.
No score.
He might pay the price for that one.
106.
Well, we said we haven't had one already today. Can Sykes deliver here? Tops. Stand and deliver.
Tom Sykes.
Sykes 3-0 up. He gets a double break. And he is looking in very good stead.
Well, it's Tom to throw first.
You missed an open goal there, Henry. Stand and deliver your money or your Sykes.
You're good, aren't you?
Misspent youth listening to 80s music, especially Adam and the Ants.
140.
Well, Tom, as far as walk-on songs are concerned, you never know, you might need one in your career because it is burgeoning. That wouldn't be the worst choice. In fact, that's probably one of the best songs that isn't used as a walk-on track. Because there is crowd interaction involved with it.
78.
No, I couldn't resist last night. I was posting on X about how excited I was about this week. And Tom replied. And the only thing I wanted to send back to him when he said, "See you there," was a gif of Melanie Sykes
85.
saying, "Do you want a flake in that, love?" Well, here you go, Tom. You could actually have a flake of your own
38.
by winning 4-0 after losing 4-0 in the first round.
Well, it make everything foul but fair for Tom Sykes. It would be back at a even kilter, and it would be for potential 14 darter here as well. Tops for Sykes. Tops for Tom for a top performance and a top win. It was won in the equivalent of 16 darts per leg, 93-94, the end average. And so Tom Sykes gets the better of Damien Maul by 4-0. Damien's going to be planted to the bottom of the table no matter what at the end of the second round of fixtures. And the winner of the next game between Stephen Johnston and Jimmy Vankie will be top no matter what at the end of the second round.
4-1, George Taylor, Garrett Tilly. 4-2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
And just like Stephen Johnston, Jimmy Vankie, you can be here via the ADC. Head over to dartcircuit.com for more information about the ADC Vault qualifiers, European regional qualifiers, and about the Championship Tour, which kicked off this weekend. 4 events in the men's division, 4 events in the women's division. And, well, it was dominated by Gary Stone in the men's. He got to 3 finals. He won 2 of them. The first event was won by Andy Bolton by beating Gary by 5-0. Bradley Brooks beat Neil Duff 5-4 in event 2. Gary Stone beat James Welding 5-3 in the first final on Sunday. And then Stone got the better of Bolton 5-4 in the final event of the men's competition. Whilst for the women, Fallon Sherrick picked up the first title, getting the better of Lorraine Hyde by 5-0 in the final. Vicky Pruim, who's in some real good form recently, not just in the ADC but on the WDF circuit, beat Eleanor Cairns in a last leg decider. Angela Kirkwood picked up her first title of the year, beating Vicky Pruim by that 5-4 score in the third final, whilst Dieter Hebman got the better of Sam Curtin 5-3. And in that particular tour, the top 8 players in the men's and women's rankings will make it through to a finals 53 afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, whilst the top 4 men will get an automatic Modus Super Series invite. And by winning an event, you're not doing your chances of an automatic invite too much of a harm either.
Very, very true indeed. And many congratulations to the winners from this weekend, and in particular to Scotland's Gary Stone, who has had an exceptional weekend. We were here for that ADC Tour finals for the ladies in the past few months. Great to see Dieter win that one.
60.
She'd like to be in the top 8 again to try and retain that title.
Well, after the first weekend's play, she's number 4 in those particular rankings. Vicky Pruim leads the way.
As for who's leading the pack here on Monday morning, it's going to be the winner of this game, because everybody in the table as it stands has 2 points apart from Damien Maul, who will end the first couple of rounds pointless. Still has a chance to rebound though. This is a chance for Jimmy, who in his first game missed 18 darts at a double.
94.
Yet again, the scoring department is fine, but he cannot afford
60.
to be scrappy on the doubles like he was in round 1 for the rest of the week. That must be corrected,
because he will quickly be found out. But he rounds off the first leg and he gets the break. And what is it? Just what is it with players against the darts so far today? We've had 5 games so far. 4 of them have been won 4-0 by the player throwing second.
Let's take that a little bit further then, Henry. Of the players who have had the darts so far today, how many legs have been won by those players in those positions?
140.
4. Of the players in the first 5 matches who did not have the darts, how many legs have they won?
140.
19. I've never seen that before on a Monday morning, or indeed any morning.
Well, a matter of fact, if you take out Damien Maul's average against Jimmy Vankie and the only defeat, the players who have won against the darts have all averaged way in excess of 90. The lowest, actually, of those 4 is Pilgrim at 92.5.
Yeah, good winning form. I'm not surprised to see this focus and enthusiasm, because when you come here on a Monday morning, you want to start the week on the right foot.
140.
Jimmy's just got to be careful here that he's got enough water to get through this game, because he ran out in the last game. Oh, and the reason why he's so disappointed with that shot is because it was gaping for another.
100. Stephen, you require 81.
Oh, Johnson's on for a potential 11-dart break throw here. The ball is not found
32.
as Vankie comes back for tops.
Jimmy
It was
McGuire, 40.
almost his undoing in game one, the doubling, but tops and the breakdown from there seemed more a happier hunting ground than double 18, and he finds it there. He leads 2-0.
You can't possibly get another 4-0, right?
Stevens
If that happens again,
game on.
it will be 5 games from 6 that have gone 4-0. This place is like a bagel factory.
Where do you want to go for lunch?
60.
I'm staying here because we're going to have 15 games today. We won't be done until about, well, based on the results that we've had so far, we might be done by 1:30.
125.
When you look at the table there, it's a bit like the reverse of a Blondie track. Forget Heart of Glass. Heart of Glass, it's glass,
100.
but no darts.
I think Rob Cross has got some sort of challenger for his
100.
water drinking title. You ever notice that Rob Cross gets 3 bottles of water per game instead of 2? That's by design.
60.
Somebody get Jimmy a second glass of water. Honestly, he's like Bobby Boucher up there.
60.
He's not allowed Gatorade. Water only on stage.
60.
Well, he'd be hoping to be sipping from the cup of success, Vankie. And he's in a very good position here to get the double break. Johnston, whose level's just gone down a tad bit from game 1 to game 2.
100.
And this is much more likely for Jimmy. The scoring in the first game wasn't an issue at all. It was when it came to the doubling. It was 4 from 22 in his opening win against Damien Maul.
116.
Now we're looking for our second ton plus finish, and he wants to leave double 18. Hasn't been that good on it, in fact.
98. Stephen,
That's going to be the tail of his tape today, that his favourite double's not going to cooperate. It might cost him a lot. And that single 10 that
41.
Stephen found cost him an easier route to a double.
Require 18.
Well, double 9 has been as fruitless as double 18 so far. Case in point again there. Double 4. Doesn't
10.
go, and Johnston's got a route back
Stephen,
into
you
this
require
match.
40.
He has now, but he shouldn't have. He should have been given the hardest route to win this game at 3-0 down. However,
On the third day,
he's now
Stephen
firmly in it.
Johnston. Full flag, it's Jimmy to
You
throw
get the feeling that
first.
Stephen's a bit like the Scottish Getaway Price. You wouldn't want to run into him at speed. He looks very well built. Might be like a can of iron brew. He might be made of girders.
66.
Was here on Saturday, made the trip over to Portsmouth slightly early, was in the crowd on
100.
Saturday night, just to get a feeling for the surroundings. Hasn't been here for about a year or so.
I think it's a very wise move.
92.
Weather in Portsmouth on Sunday was beautiful. Might have had a nice walk down in Southsea.
60.
Go and have a little look at the Spinnaker Tower.
Well, the Spinnaker Tower was looking up at Jimmy Vankie yesterday.
100.
Honestly, I can picture that. It'd be like a scene from War of the Worlds. Please get involved in our chat window on YouTube if you've got the time and the inclination. But just imagine if Jimmy wasn't a dart player, what else would he be good at?
76.
He'd be an excellent rower. Don't jump in the water, though. That's another matter. He'd be a good basketballer.
140.
Well, ironically, if he was a rower, they may have had to find a bigger boat.
27.
He could be the boat.
Now for the fish. Double 8. 1-2-7 in game. It's gone for
Jimmy
Vankie.
Vankie.
3-1 he leads.
Well, 127 is very apt. Not just the first ton plus check out of the week
If they get Stevens
for
to throw
Jimmy
first.
Vankie, but
Game on.
we have actually, here at the Modus Super Series, had a chat with Paul Hinks about his career and that famous 127 in-game call. And if you want to check out that interview, it is on our YouTube channel. So have a little scour through, look for Paul Hinks, and you'll find him having a nice chat with us about his career,
93.
which isn't over yet.
Oh no, lead referee at the World Seniors. Refereed at the Champion of Champions, didn't he, just a couple of weeks ago in Blackpool. We saw him here on Saturday night doing his thing. One of the most iconic voices and one of the most iconic 180 calls there is in the sport.
Stephen's gradually getting this together. He's raised his average by about 6 or 7 points in the last couple of legs, but he may have left himself with too much to do.
98.
That's a really nice route to leave a finish. There aren't any Dutch dart players that can't intelligently
60.
approach a finish, or indeed count
Jimmy
to the
Require,
best degree.
170.
They must start teaching darts in the womb over there.
Well, that would have been for back-to-back ton toppers to have seen the game out for Jimmy Vankie. It's been a really good performance from him.
40.
His doubling has married up with the scoring stakes, and that's why his average is just under 93.5 in this game.
I've just had Leonard Gates on the phone, by the way. He's just told us how to get 130.
60.
2 treble 18s and treble 20.
30. 90.
That's how you do it.
121.
However, he is relying on Stephen missing this, which he has.
97.
For 4-1
Jimmy
success
Require,
to round
40.
off the second round of fixtures. And it will put Vankie to the summit. Double 10. Fives. Johnston's back on double 12. But he's not going to get a go because E-I-E-I-E-I-O to the top of the table. Vankie goes. He leads the pack after 2 rounds of fixtures. He gets the better of Stephen Johnston by 4 legs to 1 with a 91.35 average, 4 out of 10 on the doubles, and a 1-2-7 in game. He gets the better of Johnston 4-1 at the end of round 2. Pilgrim Maul follows this. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down on the opening day's worth of action. This is what we've seen. And as far as the players throwing second is concerned, it's been the perfect day pretty much so far. Only one player has picked up a double bill worth of points, and that is Jimmy Vankie, having got the better of Stephen Johnston before the break by 4 legs to 1. Damien Maul, the only player without a win, and everybody else is on 2 points, although Damien is hoping to change that rhetoric here as he takes on Daryl Pilgrim, who so far has had 2 completely contrasting performances.
Yeah, hasn't he just? A 4-0 win against the fancied Sykes, and then a 4-0 loss to the somewhat fancied Colley. Now you wonder what's going to happen against Damien here, but if Daryl replicates his level of performance that we saw from him in Game 4, then Damien has an excellent chance of winning this match. However, if he's more like his first game, Damien is going to have to improve.
First leg, it's Daryl to throw first. Game on.
You never see Daryl Pilgrim throwing with flight colours or wearing colours that aren't
180.
associated with Crystal Palace anymore. He may well be one of the biggest Crystal Palace fans I've ever seen.
132.
And you do need that little bit of inspiration, don't you, when it comes to the chemisery and the things that you use?
100.
You'd probably have a blue one, right? Because of Portsmouth.
I would, although I can't say that I'm a Portsmouth fan doing my job, but I've just said I have, so yeah.
140.
Well done on backtracking in world record time there. I don't think there's anything wrong with showing who you support, even if you do work in this
60.
profession. We don't necessarily have favourite dart players. Although
79.
some of the people who work in this industry definitely do.
161.
161 for Daryl. Not to be on this particular occasion. In matter of fact, Susanna Reid is a famous
61.
Crystal Palace supporter
Damien require 150.
from Good Morning Britain. Oh, good morning, Damien. He's looking to go for the 3 balls.
He's trying to make something happen
48.
here, and I don't blame him for
Daryl
that.
require 100.
Nothing seems to have gone his way so far today. Just imagine if he'd done that. That would have made Connor Scott feel sick.
Here's to make Damien feel sick. And it would have
60.
been the 3rd ton top of the day, although Damien, because he didn't mop up on the 150, could provide one hit. Perhaps the irony was that he went for 3 balls and then
70.
decided to go for treble 14 with 82
Daryl
left.
require 40.
Double top with 3 this time. Surely.
Game shot.
Sorry, Daryl, I won't call you Shirley
Daryl
anymore.
Pilgrim, hold it.
Damien's just getting used to the fact that he's got to wait. He's seeing the funny side of it at the minute, but each player has to wait 10 seconds before the commencement of the next leg. You know, I nearly got the chance to meet Susanna Reid earlier this year.
Okay.
54.
Yeah, I was asked to go on Good Morning Britain. I was very, very excited about meeting Susanna and whoever was going to be hosting with her the next morning. It was all about Luke Littler, of course. I got a phone call at 2 o'clock in the morning saying,
59.
we've decided to go in another direction. I was devastated.
It's when he found out it was actually going to be the newspaper review you were going to be doing.
41.
Or the entertainment with Richard Arnold.
Well, we have had famous dart players going on big programs like that. Littler, Sherrick was there after she had that
98.
success against Ted Evans. Things have changed for dart players very recently.
60.
We've seen Raymond van Barneveld in a Choco Milk advert. We've seen Luke Littler promoting breakfast cereal. That never seemed to happen to John Lowe and Eric Bristow in the 80s.
96.
Biggest thing we got back then was Bobby George being eaten alive by emu.
60.
Don't know. Based on the dancing last week, Mike Walton and Jared Cole could star on a Flymo lawnmower advert.
Did you come up with a
100.
nickname for that dance for Warby, by the way?
It's my dance, but
It's definitely Mike's. I don't think anybody's going to be
81.
copying it, Mike.
Darryl, you require 148.
148 for 2-0 and the breaker throw. Daryl's got 6 from here. And he's going to need the full quota of darts.
58.
It's an interesting switch. 128 with 2 darts left and he went for 19s. That one's got me thinking.
70. Darryl, you require 90.
Well, this time he can go pretty much whatever route he wants. But he plays the safe card. And now goes for 5s.
Game shot the second.
It's not safe. That's just
Darryl
brilliant.
Pilgrim.
You're never safe when the flying eagle is lurking around.
Darryl to throw first.
I think that thing on the back of his shirt looks a bit more like Martin Adams than Darryl Pilgrim. It's a compliment.
100.
And you will see Martin Adams here this week. He's in Group B with Kurt Parry and Paul Hogan. But I do like the nickname Mr. P.
57.
It's catchy. It's succinct. Too many nicknames out there and too many walk-on tracks that are garbage.
The only problem is Mr. P reminds me of a character from Phineas and Ferb called Perry the Platypus.
You're like that girl
98.
from Mr. Popper's Penguins. You just like to see your P's, don't you?
Well, I can say my P's better than I can say my R's.
How are you with the Q's?
140.
Because at the minute, the person who is crossing the I's and dotting the T's, it's actually dotting the I's and crossing the T's.
100.
It's Darryl Pilgrim who's got the answer right now. He's playing at a decent level, and Damien isn't. He is being left behind.
Well, he's hoping for the W.
45.
Well, it's Damien. If he loses this one, he'll have more L's than a Welsh village.
That's a lot of L's.
96.
Is there any chance we're going to mention
Darryl
every letter of the
require
alphabet in this game?
156.
Darryl might not even let us, because the game might even be done in 4 or 5 legs again. There's only been one game that hasn't so far today, and that was
59.
Maul against Vankie. And fair enough to Jimmy, he could have done that one a lot better. And Damien's obviously, every time he's going to leave 150, he's going to go for the 3 bull shot.
Oh,
That's the
you require
second time in this
97.
game he's gone for it.
I get the feeling players come here and know about the way that social media works, and I feel like there's some players that are trying to do that. As
Game
Pilgrim
shot
pins
the
the
third
97 to
Darryl
lead
Pilgrim.
3-0, there was nothing flashy about that. It was just sheer brilliance.
Well, like it's Damien to throw first.
It's a great recovery.
Game on.
As soon as the 7 goes in, he knows exactly what plan B is. I wonder how many
60.
letters we've actually said in this game now. We've said L, P, Q, I, T, B. If you know how many letters we've said in this leg, then
57.
you're definitely paying attention.
Or we could have sent you into a state of ZZZ.
59.
You know, if you type 3 Zs into a message, it does give you the emoji.
Unfortunately, I've had that sent to me on more than one occasion.
133.
Nothing ZZZ about this.
$60.
This is colon capital O in emoji terms. It's exactly what Pilgrim needs to get back on the horse.
140.
His ability to get those darts that close together is one of the reasons why he has the capability of averaging over 120. Still, the only
100.
player to have done so in this building. And scarily, he averaged over 120 over 2 games that he played in a
83.
previous series. That was white hot.
And he lost one of them as well. But he's back here for
94.
his second full zip win
No,
of the
require
day.
88.
It's going to be a dart at the ball to complete the job for Mr. P,
55.
but it's not to be on this
Game number
occasion.
128.
is it to be for Damien? Bullseye for him. He's had plenty of shots at it in this game. He hasn't hit any of them.
It was his closest attempt. But it may be a case of close but no cigar. Double 16 for Darryl. For a second 4-0 win. But it doesn't go. And the gasp summed up exactly what he thought of that.
Can he find this double 8 to save the match?
Game shot.
There you go. He might be on the same kind of trip that he was against his countrymen in game number 3. Watching someone mismatch darts, and then he creeps his way into a close match. Is Darryl having any of that? I just wonder if he just has the ability to snap any sort of comeback here on Easter Monday.
97.
Big day's worth of sport kicking off here at the Live Lounge in Port. So plenty of live sport taking place over the UK. Big day in the UK horse racing stakes. County cricket's getting underway as well over the next few days. And of course, what a day it is in the EFL season, in the Championship. Big day in the race for promotion. Leicester City, Leeds United, Ipswich Town and Southampton in action against one another. But the biggest game, of course, this week is taking place here tomorrow when Portsmouth take on Derby County in League One.
96.
If you say so.
Be some atmosphere at Fratton Park tomorrow.
I'll probably be able to hear that from where I live.
55. Now we require 142.
6 of the match for Darryl Pilgrim then.
Oh, that's a great first start. And he just has a little look as to where Damien was. Now, in that spot, what I like is a little step off. I don't like looking at the scoreboard and trying to stay in rhythm. Don't be afraid to just step away, survey, and then go back to the drawing board.
57.
Left double 16 after 12 to complete a 4-1 win. He has got all the time that he wants. Double 8. 2 4s.
24.
But match darts have come and gone in spades.
6 match darts by my count, and that's half of the match darts that Jimmy missed against Damien in game 3.
56. Now we require.
It can't possibly happen again, can it?
Well, he's got more time. But it doesn't need any more time. It's a 4-1 win for Darryl Pilgrim. It's his second win in 3. And after that little bit of a blot in the previous match, Pilgrim is back on the board. He gets the better of Damien Maul, who's still searching for that first win. 4-1 he wins with an 84-31 average. That's despite 10 missed darts and a double. And coming up after the break, we're going to be watching Reece Colley and Jimmy Vankie go toe-to-toe. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, the destination for the Modus Super Series. And before the break, we saw Darryl Pilgrim get the better of Damien Maul by 4-1. That's his second win of the day. Jimmy Vanskie's already got 2 wins. He's the man at the top of the pile, the only player with a perfect record thus far. And he takes on Colley, who's looking to make it 2 wins from 3 for himself. And if he can do that, then we'll have a 3-way tie at the top of the table with Tom Sykes and Stephen Johnston to come. And that will guarantee there'll be 4 players prized at the top of the pile.
To throw first. Game on.
I cannot remember a day where we've seen so many large margins of victory. And I wasn't expecting Colley to beat Pilgrim 4-0 in Game 4, but it happened. These players want to book their ticket for Saturday night by winning Group A. If you are joining us for the first time today on Easter Monday, we welcome you. We hope you can join us for the foreseeable future via our YouTube channel. First person in the table after 3 days of play will get Thursday and Friday off. And we'll be playing on Saturday night in the very first game of the Week 6 finals here in Series 7.
95.
And if you'd like to be with us on Saturday night here on London Road in Portsmouth, you can go to dartshop.tv and reserve a ticket. You can use that QR code with your smart device. But if you are earmarking a visit to Champions Night, you might want to get a move on.
59.
A quarter of the tickets have already been sold for the end of May spectacular.
Saturday the 25th of May is the date that you need to have in your diary for that.
35.
Miss Colley had that date in his diary the last time he had a Champions Night. He's hoping to return there. He's got up to a very good start in this first leg against Jimmy Vankie.
100.
He's himself on 70 after 12. Could be on for a potential 14 data. If he can pin 88. Now 2 4s. Well, that's been the one fallibility for Reese so far today. He was 4 from 11 against Darryl Pilgrim, and a lot of those misses were for the match.
He's not the only person who has had that trouble. However, Jimmy hasn't lost yet, even though he has missed a bucket full of darts at double.
Game shot,
but he has lost the first leg.
Reese Colley.
It's already Game 8. This is the middle match of the day.
Second leg is Jimmy to throw first.
It's not even 11:30. That just tells you how quick some of these matches have been.
85.
I think there's a couple of players who accidentally left the cab outside and they've still got the meter running.
Be an expensive meter when they get back to it.
Bank holiday as well, pays double.
There are 3 players in this group who have been to a Champions Night before. Sykes,
60.
Pilgrim, and Colley. However, Sykes and Colley have only been to 1. Pilgrim's been to 3. And he hasn't won 1. And I think, I'm going to go straight out there because, Henry, you know how much I like a pattern. And I'm not talking about knitting or crochet. Pilgrim made Champions Night in Series 1, Series 3, and Series 5. He obviously likes odd numbers. This is Series
60.
7. So if he needs to keep that trend going, he needs to win this week and come back at the end of May.
123.
These players are trying to stop him.
Best he's got is a semi-final. Last 2.
66.
Kind of Whitehead in Series 1 of that particular competition. Vankie 1-3-3 to square this game up. I'm going to go on this particular occasion, but it didn't have to go because Colley's all the way back on 2 away, and this time decides that double 18 might be a friend, and so that's his election for a double.
94.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but has he hit this today? Still hasn't hit it. Changing the plan.
20.
I give him props on changing the plan, but if he's going to continue to leave 36, he's got to hit it at some point. Is he going to stay there for double 17? Should he have?
53. Jimmy
Such a good lie. Well, it's a change of tack and a change of fortune when it comes to the doubling for Jimmy Vankie. Level we are, 1-1.
Is he the tallest
Delegates
person
reach
you've
the
ever
throw
met?
first. Game on.
He's up there. I've
Literally.
to be honest, everybody's up there in my case.
100.
We had a player I've interviewed called Nicky Kabamba, plays for Barnet now. He was about 6'7". I covered basketball once, and that was
95.
an experience.
Yeah, they don't tend to have a great deal of short players in basketball. Although Gary
60.
Payton, who played for the Seattle Seahawks, no, Seattle Sonics, I do beg your pardon, he wasn't the tallest, but was one of the best players in the NBA in the 90s.
100.
By the way, did you see that former rugby player Rhys Zammett's got himself a contract at the Kansas City Chiefs? That's a big story over the last few days. And things are very, very good in this leg, aren't they? Great approach play from both players. You could have said it was a good pass.
137.
Just a question of who completes the third down here in this 8th game of the day. Looks likely to be Colley.
97. Ratio required 24.
Double 12 after 12. 13 darter. Colley leads 2-1. How many times has he won legs today, Colley, in 13 and 14? When he's really had to put the foot down, he has just found an extra gear.
The fact that he's leaving small 2 darters and open doubles like double 12 after 12 is a very good sign. Whoever wins this group here this week is really going to deserve it. This is a very stacked group. And if Colley was to come through the first 3 days, I'd say he's done something here that he's never done before, which is own a group that really is hard to call.
Do you think Rhys has had the credit that he deserves for the real progress he's made in his career over the last 18 months?
Not a chance. I think the way he's evolving is at a very sustainable rate. I think we sometimes get too carried away with players being explosive, going from point G to point A in no time at all, and then expect them to stay there. There are players who just continually get better and better and better. And Colley, for me, is one of those players. His record in making Saturday nights
140
is 4 successful routes out of 7. That's okay. This is better than okay.
145.
That was almost excellent. But it may be the only dart he gets to win the leg, because Vankie is sat on 70 to square this game at 2 apiece. And in matter of fact, Vankie has played the longest games we've seen today. He's played the only 4-3 and one of only a couple of 4-1s. And this game is in Desmond territory, 2-2. First time we've said that today.
Fifth leg, it's Rhys to throw first.
It's like a very short, fluffy pink skirt. That's all red, though. And all right as well. Had a 9-darter last week, didn't we, from Jared Cole? Well done, Jarhead.
They're both on 9s here.
Don't see it.
57.
Well, Jimmy's still on 1. But what he's doing at the minute is he's saying to Rhys Colley, no matter how well you play, I'm going to keep following you.
45.
He was saying in the previous match, Henry, that there's a lot of great sport going on over the weekend.
180.
You can't take your eyes off Rhys Colley at the minute. He's playing super darts. And yet again,
60.
touching the 100 average
Ratio required 84.
towards the end of a match. Didn't quite get there in his previous game. Had to settle for a 95 average because he missed a few doubles at the end.
76.
He's coming back for double 4. And yet again, he's on a double after 12.
But he's left a double after 12, but it feels like he's subpar he's left a double after 12, the way he's been going in this leg.
49. Rishi
Well,
required.
it's been chaos by
8.
name and chaos by nature so far in this match for Reece Colley. Can he put himself one away from the
No
finishing
score.
line? No, he can't. And Ski
River
leaves himself at
167.
167. And this really would hurt Reece if this goes.
It's not going to be hurtful.
57.
Reece Colley knows a thing or two
Rishi
about
required.
being
8.
hurt, being an Aston Villa fan.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
But he's the one doing the
Reece
hurting.
Colley.
Now it's Jimmy who has to win 2 straight legs from here, because if he doesn't, he's going to
Second
lose his
Jimmy
undefeated
to throw
record.
first. Game on.
And that will result in another week where nobody wins 15 games out of 15 here in Group A.
So this point that I
96.
mentioned, there's a Newcastle United support. You know what it's like to come back from a deficit to win 4-3.
You can't see it right now, but my smile
60.
is one of something very similar to that of Jeremy Clarkson when he hears a Ford GT.
98.
Harvey Barnes can live rent-free in my mind for the next week after that 7th goal. My word.
134.
Yeah, I had Sheffield United Fulham, which was probably the most contrasting game I've ever watched. The first half, there was 1 shot
60.
on goal. Second half, there was 6 goals and the 7th disallowed.
This is what we love about sport. It's unpredictable.
140.
Reece Colley does not want this to go 4-3. As much as he would love to win 4-3, he doesn't want to have to put himself through the mill.
100. Rishi required 167.
He wants to get it done 4-2 and have no doubt. That's a wonderful dart.
131.
Ask me again how he got that dart through, and I won't have an
147.
answer for you. That was just a wonderful, powerful shot.
But look at what he's done again. He's left a double after 12, and he is going to get a go for the match. Average 97.21. He's doubling 25%. Just double checking with the referee. He's got 74 remaining, is Jimmy.
127.
And so leads himself
Rishi
double
required
10 if
36.
this doesn't go. But there is no
Game
mistake for
shot
Reece
on the
Colley.
match.
Finishing off in style,
Reece
finishing off
Colley.
a 13 to win 4-2 with an average of 97.33. His power scoring when he needed it was on point. His finishing when he needed it was on point. Vankie averaging 91.93. In matter of fact, it's his highest average of the day, but it's led to his first defeat of the day. Colley wins 4-2. Coming up next, Sykes up against Johnston. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Reece Colley got the better of Jimmy Vankie by 4-2. Real good game, that. Colley averaging 97.33, the highest average we've seen so far today. 4 from 13 on the doubles and rounded it off with a 13 dart leg. Next up for us, the runner-up from Series 6, Tom Sykes in action up against Stephen Johnston, who, as to be said, has been impressive so far today. 95 average in the first game, 82 average in his second match.
Game on.
If the two meet in the middle, we could have a real good encounter here.
Yeah, it could be really good. I think it depends which version of Tom Sykes turns up based on what we've seen today, of course. But one thing that grabbed my attention from the previous match, Henry, is the fact that Reece Colley won by 4-2, but his highest finish was 36. That tells you one of two stories. His scoring was fabulous, and he didn't have any shots at big numbers. Or he just wasn't able to take any. We know it's because his scoring was brilliant. Imagine missing 9 darts at a double and still averaging 97. That's a really good sign for Reece. However, if we talk about Sykes, it was a dreadful start to the day, losing 4-0 to Pilgrim. But in round 2, he put things right, averaging just shy of 94 and 40% on the doubles. More of that, and he'll have a better chance of winning this match.
161.
Well, Johnston's going to get first chance against the throw, and he's going to get a dart at the bull. For 1-6-1 to start. And so you should show it loud and show it proud, Stephen Johnston.
Second leg, it's Stephen.
That was a celebration worthy of a football pitch. That was a great shot from Stephen.
It was almost a Bellingham, he is him type celebration.
Well, if it was Jude Bellingham, he would have done it in like 7. In added time.
60.
Best player I have ever seen live, Jude Bellingham.
81.
That's a pretty big call, but when you consider you're very young, Henry, you haven't seen
140.
some of the greats.
I've seen Ronaldinho play at Fratton Park, and I'm putting Bellingham slightly above that
96.
already.
Please have your own say in the chat box about that one, because I guarantee you that a lot of people won't agree with you.
100.
But you never know, in 10 years, that might be accurate. Bellingham has got so much time ahead of him. And that's what we say about young dart players, isn't it? They have the qualities to maybe become great players.
57.
I was recently asked about my top 10 players of all time at their top level. And Luke Humphries wasn't actually in my top 10.
130.
Because I need a bigger sample size.
144.
Oh. That is a great first start, and even Tom would admit that second one was well below par.
Stephen, you've acquired 26.
Is that a bit too close? It was not. It's 2-0 to Stephen Johnston. Try and cast your eye over these fixtures here today and pick a result. I can't, and I'm supposed to be an expert.
We could be the furthest in terms of the matches, right? How quickly we've gone through the card.
100.
Game 10 between Damien Maul and Reece Colley is meant to start at 12 UK time. We're currently 20 to 12, and this game could be over in the next 5 minutes.
I'm just trying to figure out the unpredictability factor of this group.
180.
Don't get me wrong. We are always sitting on the fence, and we want to see great matches and great back-to-back 180s like that. But trying to predict this stuff,
60.
it's like me trying to read Greek. Just can't do it.
Johnston here averaging
100.
109. Sykes 95 average, and he hasn't had a looking. He nearly hoisted Johnston by his own petard.
137. Stevie, you've 120.
This would sting. To add to his 161, he needs another bull.
88.
He really wanted it as well, didn't he?
Tommy,
He really wanted it.
Sykes hasn't had a dart at double yet, but the first one he gets, he takes a 13 darter. What a game this is. 2-1 Johnston. The average is 107.5 for Stephen and 98.25 for Sykes.
Well, let's not forget, Henry, that we do have two very, very good products of the ADC here. When we first started inviting ADC players here, people made an impact. Adam Maul at the start of last year was the poster child of the ADC. Now we're getting games like this. Don't tell me the ADC doesn't work.
And you look at the tour rankings, we spoke about the women's rankings, look at the men's rankings, the top 8. Gary Stone, Andy Bolton, Bradley Brooks, Neil Duff, James Welding, Liam Goyne, Dave Prince and Kevin Lane. Of those players, a lot of them have done some ridiculously good stuff here at the Super Series, and I'm sure that we'll see the likes of Welding, Goyne and Lane to come.
140.
Brilliant scoring so far from Stephen. Staring down the barrel of 3-1 up against one of the premier players at this level of darts.
Stephen, you require 80.
Stephen's having none of it. I don't mind the 19s or the 13s here. It just depends on what he wants to do. With Sykes not on a finish, he might even decide to go for 2 singles here, which wouldn't have been the worst play. Had he gone single 19, then single 20, he would have had 3 darts at double next time round. As it stands, he's still got to burn one.
And Sykes is hoping to put the utmost pressure on, but he can't find a treble. And so this, for a 3-1 advantage. His doubling has been at 50%, and it's going to stay at 50%. 3-1 Johnston.
Fifth leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Tom looks about as bewildered as I am when it comes to today.
100.
I take it he never got the privilege of ever meeting Peter Johnston. Neither did I.
100.
Sad about that fact. I heard so many great things about him and so many stories from
85.
the likes of John Henderson and Gary Anderson in Scottish exhibitions talking about Peter. Won some great tournaments, you know. Won the Denmark Open back in 1999. He won the Scottish Open in 1998.
100.
Beating Peter Manley in the final. Imagine that. One of the premier Scottish players winning the Scottish Open.
97.
That must have been one of the crowning achievements of his career.
And around the time Peter Manley was jostling for world #1 of the PDC, of course, that was Tomlin order era, so you could have crossed codes into different events.
Yeah, that's very true. You know what's even weirder?
99. Stephen,
when Peter Johnston won the Gold Cup, he beat Peter Manley in the final as well. He obviously had Manley's number. And Stephen might have Tom's number if he gets a look at 24. And he will.
Yep, that's a big one, Tom. Bob Anderson in disguise, you could say.
21.
Well, that's a disaster.
Stephen, you require 24.
1 Tom Soup. It could be 4-1 Stephen Johnston.
No
He
score.
ran out of room. Those bulbous barrels,
99.
sometimes they push them away.
The downside to the chunky stumpies, but Sykes on 99 means he's going to have to try and take it out in 3. He's not going to get the tops.
59.
And I think he's going to be livid if he
Stephen
loses this one.
24.
But you can take nothing away from the performance of Stephen Johnston. His average is going to tick under a ton, but he finds a big 4-1 win against Tom Sykes, for whom his day starts off with just 1 win from 3. And he sees himself behind the chasing pack. 4 players at the top on 4 points following the first 3 rounds of matches. And that man is one of them. I think that was thirsty work for for Stephen Johnston. An average of 98.88, 4 from 10 on the doubles, including that 1-6-1 out. Well, game 10 is going to see Damien Maul and Reece Colley, but before we do that, myself and Paul Nicholls are going to reflect on the action after this short break. Hi there, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where 3 rounds have been completed for our day here in Portsmouth. And this is what we've seen so far. Well, we've kind of raced through the fixtures, really, haven't we, on this Monday morning. Darryl Pilgrim getting his campaign off to a perfect start. Tom Sykes probably been the player most disappointed today. But other than that, 4 players tied at the top on 4 points. Been a real intriguing morning's worth of action, and we've been watching it in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson. And well, it's kind of hard to really dissect the day as a whole, because when Darryl Pilgrim got out of the box, we thought, okay, maybe that's going to be a case of what follows. But after that, well, if you made it up, they'd probably lock you up.
I think there's a lot of ups and downs when it comes to Easter Monday, that's for sure. And this is no joke, no April Fool, that's for sure. Pilgrim up, down, then up. And then you've got Johnston, who's done exactly the same. Good performance, not so. And then that great performance just now against Sykes. I'm really glad that it's a 3-day program for these players, because now we've got to figure out who's going to be able to play the long game. As far as the short game is concerned, seeing Stephen Johnston at the top of the tree is very, very bright for the ADC, who have sent him to us for the first time in 12 months. But there are players out there, like you've mentioned, like Tom Sykes, who will be extremely disappointed with their level of play so far.
2 really good performances from Stephen Johnston to accrue those couple of victories, particularly just before the break there against Tom Sykes. That 1-6-1 chief amongst them as well. When he got going, he really got going.
I think if you'd seen the way he's played here before, this is not really a shock. He's got these little hits of flamboyance about his game, and he is determined to enjoy every game he plays. Great celebration, great hit, lays down the marker for possibly the biggest finish of the week. I will be surprised if that stays the case. Someone's got to beat that surely, but on a Monday to see a 1-6-1 goal like that, that fluffs his confidence in the right direction.
As far as Jimmy Vankie is concerned, he's picked up a couple of victories, but perhaps ironically, his best performance was probably in the game that he lost.
Weird start. Lots of missed starts at doubles and an awful time of it on double 18. So if he doesn't fix that, he might not pick up many other points over the next day and a half. He's been fortunate to get those opportunities to pick up those first couple of wins. He will understand that now, but if he can find a bit more sharpness towards the approach aspect and the doubling, if he leaves double 18 again, of course, then he should be in the mix for winning this group. But the opponents that he's going to have, they're not going to give him a great deal of crumbs, because when he comes up against the likes of Pilgrim and Sykes and some others, when they're on form, he might not get that many darts at double.
That win against Stephen Johnston, kind of the opposite to that win against Damien Maul. He took out that 1-2-7 in the mix as well.
Just starting to put things right. And you look at shots like this is what he wants to do, and we all want to do it as dart players. But when it goes in, it's him trying to impose himself on the outer ring, because you saw from some of his other gesticulations that he was not happy with how things have gone on the outer ring. That was one of the rare occasions where he didn't have any trouble.
What's been your assessment of the big two? Because it feels we've got to this stage of the chat and we haven't spoken about Darryl or Tom yet.
Darryl's not going to be happy with how he played so far in the first three rounds. He hasn't put in that imposing performance. There's been 93 average stuff in there a couple of times, but that 79 in round 2, that is maybe some sort of wobble in his case. I would be surprised if that happens again this week. He may go on to win Group A and we forget about that game completely. But he's just put it to the side, got on with his job, got 2 wins out of 3, and he's definitely in the mix.
Well, let's have a look then at the table following the first 3 rounds of finishes. And it is Stephen Johnston that leads, well, a 4-way tie at the top of the table. Damien Maul, the only player not to pick up a point so far. And the one player we haven't spoken about is Colley. He's had a very good time of it, and he's in action next against Damien Maul. What are we expecting from this one?
I expect Reece to win this game quite simply because his level of performance has been much better than Damien's, and I've really liked the scoring element of Reece's game in the previous match that he played. He was leaving doubles and small 2-darters after 12 predominantly all the time, and as you see him warming up on the stage, he looks so cool and calm and collected. He looks like Ollie Watkins in the 6-yard box. He just knows he's going to finish.
Well, we're intrigued to see how Reece gets on in that one. And well, here at the Super Series, we've seen some real leading women here over the last 18 months. And we've seen history in this competition as well. Fallon Sherp becoming the first female player to hit a televised 9-darter in this very building against Adam Lipscomb back in August. There's got to be more history made here at the Super Series involving female players very, very soon. And now double 12. To become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-dart finish.
Oh, yes. What a way to start Makuru Suzuki, a 160 finish.
That is sensational from Lisa Ashton.
Bullseye for Trina.
Oh, yeah.
Can't hit the big doubles, you can hit the smallest one on the board though.
Awaited debut of Bo Greed here at the Modus Super Series isn't too far away, and apart from, well, Jamie Robinson, she's the most requested player as far as debutants are concerned here at the Modus Super Series, and we will be seeing her in the coming weeks. That is all I am going to say. Right, next up for us, Reece Colley and Damien Maul to the stage, and Reece Colley can be happy enough with his day's work so far.
Yeah, definitely. You look at the table as it stands, you've got 4 players on 4 points, Tom, Sykes on 2, and Damien at the foot of the table on 0. Nobody has been cut adrift yet.
First leg,
And you don't tend to find that anybody is cut adrift
Game on.
after 3 rounds of play on a Monday, but Damien's got to get a move on if he wants to be part of the conversation come the end of the day.
96.
Oh, nice to see that Bo Greaves is going to make her debut here in the coming weeks. By the way, Jamie Robinson won a tournament over the weekend, didn't he? Well done, Jamie. Just keep winning. You never know what might happen.
78.
I know one of the boxing podcasts would like to see him here at the Super Series at some point soon. On the subject of female players in the Super Series, obviously both going to make her debut. Is there anybody else in the women's side of the game who we haven't seen here yet that you'd like to see? For me, Rhiannon O'Sullivan, I'd love to see have a shot here at some point.
That's a superb shout.
96.
And when I say this, I'm being completely selfish. Yukie Sakaguchi.
99.
Just a marvellous darting product. And she would not just take this challenge with both hands, she would light up the social channels as well. You give her anything to do and she would be happy to do it with a smile on her face. She's a marvellous product.
Not surprised that Paul Nicholson's endorsing a player who on stage wears a shirt and tie.
135.
She has one of my ties. I gave her it as a gift.
87. We should require 100.
100 for Reese. Right in the middle of the 60.
Game shot on the first.
And it doesn't get much better than that.
Reese Colley.
He's still playing well. He left 100 after 12.
Second leg is Reese to throw first.
We don't currently have his first 9 statistics. But if we had them, they would be big.
96.
So you went for Rhiannon O'Sullivan. I went for Yuki. Is there anybody else that you would like to see here?
137.
From that side of the game?
Nicole Reynolds.
Oh, Nicole Regnall from New Zealand.
Yes.
Great shout.
140.
Yeah, we tend to forget about the players from the other side of the planet. We tend to focus more on the talent burgeoning from Europe.
68.
I've got one for you. Veronica Ihas.
The Hungarian who remember, Bo Greaves was in big trouble against. And Damien Maul's in big trouble here because Reese Colley is running red hot, leaving 85 after 9, averaging a shade under 120 after nearly 2 legs played. Damien Maul is in a bit of a hole because Colley is causing chaos.
Somebody pass him a spade because he's going to have to dig his way out of it. This is the way to do it. Damien?
121.
Open goal missed.
132.
No open goal for Maul.
And again, guess what happens? Reese Colley leaves a double after 12. He takes it out. He leads 2-0 with another 14 darter.
They never get boring, Henry.
Damien to throw first.
If you were to offer somebody 4 14 darters in a game like this and they'd average 107 plus, they would snatch your arm off.
81.
You don't see many dart players these days
100.
without tattoos. Sleeves and some sort of permanent marking seem to be the norm these days.
60.
There you can see plenty of ink for Damien. I once asked Yellow Klassen how many tattoos he had.
120.
He couldn't tell me because he's got that many. He hadn't actually counted them.
That's incredible.
140.
I was just going to follow that up if he hit the 180 by saying exactly what you've just said, Henry, but as for 220 after 9,
57.
very, very good. But what's he going to leave after 12 now?
Well, he's not going to leave himself a double this time. Averaging over 104 is
60.
Colley at this present moment in time. And Damien 1-2-4 to bring it back to 2-1. It'll only be a hold at throw mine. Still going to have to find a break at some point. But it is the bull.
99.
Well, he's been trying it all day, but he's still yet to find it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of players might have laid up there. But when Reese is in this kind of form, you just can't do it. That's why. That is so special from Reese Colley. What a great player he's turning into here at the Modus Super
Well,
Series.
it's Reese to throw first.
Right before our eyes, we are starting to see him grow. Don't underestimate just how much that'll have stung Damien Maul.
140.
He's averaging 107.
Which is about 14 darts a leg.
Damien's averaging just under a ton and is getting
95.
no change from this game.
Well, what we have to say is that even though Damien's missed 2 darts at a double, that is a scoring average of sorts.
135.
When you're in this game and your opponent is flying like Reese is, your average tends to inflate. Which is why,
85.
if you look at Daryl Pilgrim on the Pro Tour this year when he's had invites, compared to his Challenge Tour average, there's a good 5 points between them.
96.
Because when you play better opponents, you get better averages.
Well, Reese now leaving 130 for the match.
85. Reach your record,
Averaging 108, 50% on the doubles, 2 ton plus outs in there. And he's going to get a dart at tops, which doesn't go. It would have been for his 3rd ton topper of the game.
He's surprised that he missed, but he has left a double after 12 after missing a dart for the match.
140. Reach your
Otherwise
record,
known as the
20.
Reese MO. Double 10. Let there be chaos. Reese Colley with the performance of the week so far. An average of 107.36, 2 ton plus checkouts, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. We said that he is the player that could go under the radar with the likes of Sykes and Pilgrim in amongst the mix. Well, what a performance. And he isn't going to be allowed to go under the radar now. Damien Maul averaged over a ton. He didn't even get a leg in amongst the proceedings. An imperious, a stupendous, a magnificent performance from Reese Colley. And 2 players who most certainly got the ceiling to provide something similar are Stephen Johnston and Daryl Pilgrim. And we'll be watching them in action on the other side of these adverts. Welcome back, and what a match we saw before the break. Reece Colley beating Damien Maul by 4-0 with an average in excess of 107, a couple of ton toppers in there. Well, chaos is causing a riot here at the Super Series. Next up for us, Stephen Johnston up against Daryl Pilgrim. Two players have already shown today their incredibly high ceiling. If they can put that together in this game, well, a bit like the last one, we could be in for a little bit of a classic.
This might be the portion of the day where people feel at their best. They've put in a fair few hours on the practice board and they've played in multiple matches. And with that formula, sometimes you can peak.
First leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
We've just seen Reece Colley win his 4th match of the day to go top of the table on 6 points. Someone's about to join him.
58.
In fact, he could be overtaken at the top if somebody gets a heavy win in this one. We know about Daryl's ceiling. It's north of 120.
135.
As for Stephen Johnston, I would say that we are yet to find out his realistic
100.
ceiling. But that previous match that he played, which was not long ago, just shy of 99, that was very encouraging.
And I mean this with the greatest respect in the world. He probably doesn't even know what his true ceiling is when you
56.
consider the level that this is compared to maybe some of the other vault events that he will play. This is a big step up in level. But as we've seen in the past,
100.
this step up hasn't been a big one for him.
If you want to get better, you've got to play against better players. Speak about other sports. People of a certain level
97.
then get thrust into a different pool. Think about 1998 when Justin Rose played at the Open Championship.
140.
Subsequently, he would turn into one of the best English golfers of all time. When you put Daryl Pilgrim into Pro Tour action, he tends to thrive.
58. Stephen Ibakwai,
He's currently 10th
103.
in the averages. Stephen Johnston was almost 1-0 up there
155.
with another ton-plus checkout. This one's on. Still on.
117.
Never a good sign when a dart player refers to themselves by their own name. Self-deprecation from Mr. P.
Oh, Stephen.
Game shot on the first
Yes,
leg.
Stephen.
Stephen
1-0 to Johnston, who I have to say has most certainly understood the assignment this week. I think he's the
Second leg, it's Darryl
first
to
player I've
throw
ever
first.
seen who's embroidered the Super Series and ADC logo on his shirt.
100.
That way it's not going to slip off, that's for sure. But he has had a fair few weeks to get ready for this.
140.
You've got to be well prepared, that's for sure. I like how he's got just his surname on the back of his shirt, by the way. It's almost like he's being introduced into the ring by that very famous boxing MC.
Michael Buffer.
The other one, the one with the big ponytail. Where he says your name.
41.
Stephen Johnston. Johnston. Just says his surname afterwards. Brilliant.
Best one's Diogo Portela, of course, the Brazilian, who has Portela and 10 on the back of his
100.
shirt.
Yeah, it looks like a football shirt. It's a brilliant design. I had one of those made for my 40th.
44.
I had 6 dart shirts made with Nicholson and 40 on the back. Every single one of them, I believe, is in Canada.
96.
They were all taken by Canadians when I was out on a tour there with Jeff Smith.
140.
Well, Pilgrim looking to level
Now we
this
have a
game up. He's going to get first poke at the
145.
finish, although Johnson's kept himself an interested spectator against the darts. 145 isn't going to go, and you'd say the way that Stephen's playing today that this 136 is not out of reach whatsoever.
Not at all. He's got multiple routes he can go.
87.
Just depends how much you like
Number
tops, really.
136.
You could even go 16s first year if you wanted.
90.
That's not too
Darryl
bad.
Ibakwai, 58.
Daryl today on the doubles has been somewhat suspect. How is he now?
Game shot the second leg.
That's not
Daryl
suspect.
Pilgrim.
That is right on cue.
Right on point for Mr. P.
Delegate Stephen to throw first.
There we are, 1-1.
Game on.
So if Daryl's going to have a number on the back of his shirt, because it does look like a Crystal Palace football shirt, or a Richmond FC shirt from
100.
Ted Lasso, what number would he have? And he can't have 120. Or 122, because that's the kind of average he's had here
58.
in a record performance.
I
6.
suppose it'd be Pilgrim 9 because he scores for fun.
Because he's had a 9. I think a 9 is a very good number for him.
Plus, Crystal Palace could do with a number 9 right now.
I don't think you would dispute that.
140.
Oliver Glasner, the manager there these days.
95.
How about the number 1? Because he is number 1 in the challenge to our averages list. It's not the first time he's been top of an averages list.
Hasn't he got a mug after the one which sees him top of the PDZ Pro Tour averages list?
Yes, that was rather amusing. Yeah, 92.16 for 42
100.
challenge tour
Now we have a
matches
point,
this season.
170.
He finds himself at number 6 on the order of merit for that at the minute.
84. Stephen
That seems to have been
46.
something that's happened a couple of times today. He's had a decent visit, but plagued by one bad shot.
36.
Well, it's positive a start that Stephen Johnston's made. Daryl Pilgrim's just been able to pick him apart in the last couple of legs, and now he's got the break opportunity on 86. May only be a dart at the bullseye. The bull
61.
don't go on this occasion, and so Johnston back
110.
for 110 to edge himself in front. Options, decides to stay there for double 15.
80.
And grazes the
Now we
wire.
require 25.
Options for Pilgrim. Double 8.
17.
Very displeased with what's going on at the minute.
Given Johnston a free go at this double 15, an opportunity probably
John
thought he
the
wasn't
third
going to get, and it's
Stephen
one that he does take. Johnston leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Daryl to throw
I think
first.
Stephen this morning, when he made his way to the venue, who'd have thought this is a very strong field? Where would I realistically like to be at the end of the
96.
day? And if you'd offered him 6 points, he would have said, I think I'll take that. Now, if he gets 2 more legs
60.
in this, he'll have 6 points with a game to spare. And he's got Damien Maul last. He could even walk out of here with 8.
I often say about debutants, and to be
93.
honest, players in general here at the Super Series who play a Group A, if you win 6 points from your first day, you're in the week. Forget about where you are on the table.
100.
You've settled yourself down, and you can then make an assault on Tuesday and see where it takes you on Wednesday. By doing that, if you don't win the group, you shouldn't be too far off a Group B place.
97.
If you're not going to win Group A, Group B is not a bad consolation prize. How many times have we seen someone win the week from Group B?
100.
It happens a lot.
There's a lot of factors as to why that is the case. And the other thing I don't think people talk about too much really is the fact that all those sessions are in the
80.
evening, whereas the players, especially if you're playing 5 daytime sessions, to reacclimatise to the evening, it's a different factor.
Very good point.
100.
Dart players are creatures of
Now we
habit.
require 135.
We know that Pilgrim is a nighttime specialist. He's played most of his stuff at night times here. It's double 14.
107. Stephen, you require 141.
That close to a level game, which might still be the case. He's coming back for double 14. Just seems to be shaking out that elbow, just trying to keep it relaxed. We sincerely hope there's no twinging happening in that
95.
department, but
Now we
if
require
he's just
28.
shaking it out to remain relaxed, that's a very smart move.
Double 7, he's moving all around the board, Pilgrim, but he
James
finds what he
Jordan
needs right in the
Pilgrim.
end. And it is 2-2.
No prizes for guessing who he supports in the
Game on.
American baseball, because he's a New York Yankee. The way he took those darts out the board, he gave them a proper yank.
180.
It's amazing how many players take their frustrations out on their darts and the board, when in fact, that's actually not to blame. Case in point, I'm putting my hand up because I've done it many, many times. But what didn't make Darryl feel very good is the fact that Johnston started this leg with a max and has backed it up with a 2-treble visit.
Feels like a game where each other just piling big
140.
legs at one and t'other. There's not been a leg that's just been a little bit nip and tuck. It's felt like someone's
100.
really got out the gate and then taken full advantage. Johnston on for a potential 11 darter here to move himself 3-2 to the good.
140.
Just be careful here, Stephen.
181.
Darryl is lurking. Double 18. I don't know about you, Henry, but that looked very quick, that visit.
121.
His rhythm wasn't as patient as it has been earlier today. And Pilgrim needs 51 and bull.
But I think that's what Darryl
97.
Pilgrim does to you.
You require
If he
9.
leaves something at around that range, you panic because you expect him to take it. Double 4 for Johnston. This time it has to go. And it
Game
does
show
go.
the fifth
And the
leg.
first war of the week.
Stephen
It was
Johnston.
so synonymous of his previous campaign. And now we suddenly see the
Sigmund
grit
Darryl to
and the
throw
war
first.
of the Scot.
Whether you like it or not, he's going to do it. And I don't mind it. Toss that caber, Stephen. Toss that caber.
There's one or two players who play here who I think could have taken umbrage to that.
Would you like to name them?
76.
I'd rather not name them, no.
I can think of a couple.
Let your imagination run wild.
Imagine what it would be like for someone like
137.
Richie Burnett, who we haven't seen here this year so far. But Darryl knows a thing or two about Richie
93.
Burnett because they played each other in a challenge to a final earlier this season. And then in the very next event, Darryl lost to Danny Jansen. That's why Darryl's at number 6 on the order of merit, because he was runner-up in the first 2 events of the year. And you know what I was saying about Darryl earlier on? How some people think he's underachieved. He's got one challenge to a
134.
title in his
Now we
career.
require 139.
From that standpoint, I have to agree. He maybe should have had more, but his career
99.
is young. I see his best darts in his late 30s, early 40s in the next 5 years.
81. Now we require 40.
Tops after 12 for a last leg decider.
Game shot on the
Never
sixth
any
leg.
doubt about it
Darryl
was
Pilgrim.
there. And we go all the way. It's 3-3. And it's only the second last leg decider we've had today. To be honest, it's one of only a
Seventh
few
and final
games that
leg,
haven't finished
Stevens to throw
4-0.
first. Game on.
And just imagine how Stephen's going to feel if he takes the points from this position. Based on form,
60.
he's got a very good chance of doing it. There's 5 points between them in the averages at the start of this leg. However, having that throw
45.
could be critical. You can put in a 15, you force your opponent to get a 12. You get a 12, 99.9999%, you win this last leg decider.
Because basically you're talking all about the nines.
You're talking about your opponent having to hit one. And there aren't that many people who have done that here.
136.
In fact, there's only been 10-9 darters in the history of the Modus Super Series. Jared Cole adding his
95.
name to the Roll of Honour on Thursday afternoon. Other than that, it was a very disappointing campaign for the King of the Castle.
I think if you get a
60.
9 darter here, it should be like getting a hole-in-one. You should buy everybody a drink.
180.
It is going to be a match-winning opportunity for a 15 darter, or possibly 14 for Stephen. And this is to join Reece Colley at the top of the table on 6 points.
And that will be a big outpouring of
60.
emotion as well if he
Stephen, you've
wins
required
this. He has
76.
timed his run in this game to perfection. And he's going to get a couple in his hand. A double A. He only needs the one. A big
Stephen
victory.
Johnston.
A big statement of intent from Stephen Johnston. And the celebration says it all. For Darryl Pilgrim, well, he has to go trudging back down the stage of another defeat to his name. But as far as the start goes, it's as good as it can get for Stephen Johnston. Both players averaging 92 in that one for the second time today. Darryl Pilgrim averages 92.49, but this time it's in a losing effort. Johnston 4 from 10 on the doubles. A real good performance, real good game really. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Jimmy Vankie and Tom Sykes go toe-to-toe. Well, the standard just continues to rise here at the Modus Super Series before the break. What a game we saw. Stephen Johnston beating Darryl Pilgrim by 4 legs to 3. Both players averaging 92 in that encounter, and it was a Scot that got over the line there. Next up for us, Tom Sykes and Jimmy Vankie, 2 players who have had contrasting days up to press. Tom Sykes with just a solitary victory to his name. As for Jimmy, he'll be happy enough with his efforts up to press, you feel?
Yeah, I think Jimmy will be more than okay with 4 points from a possible 6.
Game on.
But how would he feel with 4 points from a possible 8? Not feeling that great about it, I fear. But if he is 6 from 8,
140.
he will be very pleased to keep Tom on 2.
100. 51. 58. 83.
Vankie gets off to the better of the two so far in this particular
140.
encounter. Although Sykes looking to tumble back with the throw.
Now, with Tom's day, it's been very much down, up, then averaging 88 in a defeat to Stephen Johnston is
44.
starting to make sense now
You require 127.
because of what we've seen from Stephen the last couple of games. I just wonder if he stays in that sort of realm of high 80s, will he have
190.
any shots at double? Well, you're never going to get one from 159. And that was almost a second 127 of the day for Jimmy.
So 45 remaining for Tom. That's going to square himself up for double 16 if he returns. Vankie double 4. Taken 16 darter to start. Vankie leads 1-0.
Single against Tom to throw first.
I know we've made something of the size difference of certain players compared to Jimmy.
180.
I look at these two and I'm reminded of a very famous encounter in a movie in the 1970s.
95.
You've probably never seen this, Henry, but Bruce Lee, when he was alive, had a very famous fight scene with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
140.
And the size difference was almost comical. But it did result in one of the most famous
40.
martial arts scenes in martial arts movies history.
Well, Sykes is fighting back here in
100.
leg 2. He's left 81 after 9.
By the way, Tom, I've just compared you to Bruce Lee, so I can't give you a bigger compliment than that.
85. Tommy require 81.
Well, he's come out fighting. What about the fight back?
41.
He's going to leave himself tops after 12. I don't know how many times today we've said a player has left a double after 12 darts. It's becoming a bit of a
100.
running theme and a running
Tommy
trend.
require 40.
I'm really, really interested to see what the end-of-day numbers are going to be. And I'm not just talking about the averages.
30.
Some of the doubles percentages we're going to see from individual players come tomorrow morning from 9:30 will be very intriguing. Jimmy had 22 darts at a double in his first game and won that game
41.
with 4 hits.
Tommy require 10.
Every game he's played, he seems to be getting less opportunities.
Game shot on the second leg.
And he's 1-1 with Tom Sykes now, who had 2 darts at a double in his first
Well, it's
game,
Jimmy to throw
10 in his
first.
next,
Game on.
and only 1 in his third.
Jimmy Vankie is the guy on the right, in case you were wondering.
45.
Well, he's not quite head and shoulders above the rest of the field in a darting sense, but in every other sense he quite literally
140.
is.
He is head, shoulders, and chest above anybody on the stage at the minute.
45.
We've seen lots of different commercials for dart players over the years. I remember when Phil
90.
Taylor did something with ladders. You won't catch Jimmy needing a ladder anytime soon.
Well, the ladder borrows Jimmy.
100.
Be a pretty good guy to get into a relationship with. You'd never have to change a light bulb ever again.
58.
That third dart always seems to be the jerkiest of the 3. First dart, smooth, nice and rhythmic. But dart 3, every now and again, that shoulder turns over and it results in a somewhat jagged delivery.
57.
Now, we
Tommy
said
require
something off
80.
air about Tom Sykes, the fact that he's using new darts for the first time. He's got time to wear them in. And it looks like he's just beginning to do so as the day's moving
40.
along. Good performance so far. 93 the average.
154.
Left himself on tops. If this 154 does not go.
619s and tops. 3 more, if you please. That was a really good try. If that was delivered just the tiniest bit
94.
firmer,
Tommy Require,
that
40.
may just have found that 57 to give himself a shot for 2-1.
Game shot
But
on
it's
the
2-1
third.
to Sykes.
Tom Sykes.
And the key thing is, he's just found himself a break of throw.
He has the opportunity now
The
to
player gets
really
Tom to throw
take
first.
command of the encounter.
Game on.
Well, it could be another case of Vankie seeing opportunities in games come and go.
60.
I think you're right about these darts. It may have been the first game today where they just felt a little bit alien under pressure. Now, whenever you get a new set of
100.
darts, and this is free advice, you might be able to practice brilliantly with a new set, or indeed just a new flight or a new stem.
96.
But do yourself a favour. Test them under pressure more than you think.
125.
Practicing with something and being brilliant with them is one thing. Being able to perform with a new setup under pressure is an entirely different one.
And Tom has come up, well, he hasn't come up with it himself, but has played in a concept which helps you do that. It's called the ADC Vault, which I know is very, very popular in the UK. Dartcircuit.com if you want to
40.
chance your arm in one of them. Even I've had a flurry in one of them. I won't tell you how things went, but it didn't go very well.
Did you win a leg?
No comment, Your Honour.
140.
I haven't even played in one yet. I might have to change that.
60. Tommy
We've actually had them in this room. Won by Adam Lipscomb, I believe. He brought a few fans here a couple of weeks ago, didn't he?
39.
Just a couple. Nothing too extravagant.
This is where you want the 140 or the 136. He's going to get neither.
80.
He seems to be getting that drift, deflecting of his own darts at the minute, and that is symptomatic of where he stands on the hockey. This is for 3-1.
Game shot on the
Things
fourth
are
there.
starting to click,
Tom
aren't they?
Sykes.
91 average, 50% on doubles. This is more
Player
like
gets
it,
Jimmy
Tom.
to throw first.
And Tom Sykes is a little bit like Daryl Gurney in the respect of when he's playing well, you'll see that full release of that last dart, where you can see the perfect release of 3 there from Jimmy Vankie.
Yeah, it's a wonderful extension of the arm.
140.
Leaves it out there with dart 3. It's the right thing to do. Just got to make sure that the upper body is not moving with it.
190.
I was watching Joe Cullen yesterday when he was playing Johnny Clayton in Munich, and I see a marked improvement in Cullen's technique here this season.
140.
He's always had a little bit of lateral body movement when he delivers the dart, but I think he's minimised it. I think good times are ahead for the rock star.
105.
Good times could be ahead for Tom Sykes if he can get rid of 2, 2, 1 and 6. If he's given 2 visits, that'll do.
171. Jimmy Require.
Well, he's at 50 after 9, but I don't think he'd be attempting the 10 darter if he even gets a go. Superb from Vankie, 11 darter to bring it back to 3-2. And Tom Sykes now has the darts for the match.
Sick player gets Tom to throw first.
These guys might play for another 25 years at top level stuff and indeed here at the Super Series, and they might not be involved in a better leg than that. 50 after 9 and your opponent takes out an 11, that doesn't happen every day. That doesn't happen every year.
Goes back to your theorem that if you hit 12 darters on throw, you've got a 99.999% chance of winning the leg. And that was quite literally the example of that, because Sykes could have taken it out in 10.
Look what's happening. This is the Tom Sykes that won Group A in Champions Week in Series 6. Don't forget, in a Group A scenario when he was surrounded by some of the best talent that we have gathered here, he won that Group A scenario over Monday to Wednesday,
100.
beating to the punch the eventual champion Scott Taylor.
The bigger the name, the bigger the scouts. Better Tom Sykes has been. The week he won, he dismantled James Wilson. He knocked out Connor Scott. He nearly went all the way in Champions Week. He's beaten the Modus juggernauts. Now he's become a juggernaut of his own.
$61 left.
100.
And now he's left Jimmy Vanskie's nemesis.
Do you want to say it or shall I? He's left a double after 12.
60.
He's left a double after 12.
For the match. And to round off, an imperious display. 4-2 Sykes with an average just underneath the ton mark. 4 out of 8 when it came to the finishing. Jimmy Vankie pushing he pro, but the scoring power of Tom Sykes was just too much. That's the tail of the tape. And realistically, the big difference is in that third column down there. 140 pluses, 7 for Sykes compared to the 1 of Vankie, and it offered him more opportunities. Opportunities in which he took 4 from 8 when it came to the finishing. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Stephen Johnston and Damian Maul. And at 12:30, we're at the beginning of the final round of fixtures. Wow, what a day we've had so far here at the Modus Super Series. 4 rounds have been completed. This is what we've seen before the break. Tom Sykes got the better of Jimmy Vankie by 4 days. As a matter of fact, the standard in the last round really did rise. The lowest average was 86.69 out of 6 averages there. This is how things look then as far as the table is concerned. Colley leads the way with Stephen Johnston joint top on 6 points. Pilgrim, Vankie and Sykes on 4. And Damian Maul is looking to get his first win of the day. And he could do it in his last game, but he has got Stephen Johnston in his wake. He can end the day on 8 points at the top of the pile. He narrowly missed out on qualification to the finals the last time he was here. He is hoping to change that matter of fact here. He has looked at times imperiously good. And we saw signs in that last game as well against Darryl Pilgrim with a real fire, grit and determination, which kind of summarised his first campaign here.
Yeah, he definitely hasn't lost that vigour. And if he doesn't lose his form here, he could put Damien in the bin.
Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Everybody knows that if you lose all 5 games on a Monday, you're already thinking about Group C.
60.
Not really sure how Stephen Johnston could have envisaged a better day than this.
42.
He lost to Jimmy Van Schie in Game 6, and that was an 82 average. Now, sometimes that will get you a win on this stage on a Monday, but this is no ordinary Monday. This is always going to be a really tough group to get through.
89.
But what have we set up for Game 14? Sykes against Colley. That has got every chance of being the game of the day.
100.
I'm going to say something here which could sound really stupid but could also make sense.
I'm listening.
I don't think I've ever seen a
87.
bad Bank Holiday Monday session. It feels like there's something in the water about Bank Holiday Mondays that just
100.
seem to bring the best out of players, and I don't know why.
I'll have to take your word for that. It may be something to do with the fact that
83, Stephen,
especially
about
domestic
141.
dart players are used to playing on Bank Holiday Mondays because big tournaments are scheduled
56.
locally on Bank Holiday Mondays and other public holidays like Good Friday.
100. Stephen, you require 85.
So Johnston, 85 for the first leg. Options. 25 for ball was what he decided to go for. Maul's going to be back for a ton. Now, 150, he's been going 3 boards. I don't think he's going to be doing the same on the square ton.
I wouldn't advise it. I'd advise staying on the 60 with that shot. Look at the guide.
40. Stephen, you require 40.
Try and make the game easier for yourself instead of harder, Damien. There we go, a 1-0 lead.
Stephen Johnston.
If he was from Australia, they'd call him Jono.
Second leg, it's Damien to throw first.
As he gets older, he is actually starting to look like his dad. Not a bad thing.
120.
But come on, Stephen. You're going to have to grow yourself a really good moustache.
140.
They were actually talking on sports radio over the weekend about the best moustaches in sport. I didn't get in touch with a couple of my
60.
colleagues at TalkSport, but I was desperate to, you know, because nobody has ever had a moustache in sport better than Ronnie Sharp.
Ronnie Sharp, Moustache Appreciation Society, members 2 in the commentary box. That's the second bounce out, by the way, that Damien's had in this leg.
Yeah, one of them was a cataclysmic hit against the steel. That one, I'm not really sure what happened with that one.
140.
Maybe he's just feeling the effects of his first day in Portsmouth,
119. Stephen, you require
where things have just
121.
not gone to plan.
The ball. He's already had
73. Damien, you require
a finish at 161 today. He's not going to add 121 to the mix. Damien, without a ton topper on day one. Only him and Dowell haven't hit one so far today. But he could find one if he finds the ball.
That treble 18 is the best dart he's thrown all day.
88.
It's just a shame he couldn't find the bullseye off the back of it. Double 16. Squeeze it in the middle.
16.
And he couldn't sandwich it.
Damien, you require 34.
The stumpies were too chunky, and that's why it got in the way. The lesser spotted double 17. It's a double least aimed for here at the Super
17.
Series.
Stephen, you require 32.
And also the least hit.
Two 16s for Johnston for the break and 2-0. Well, he's edging closer.
No score.
That's some peril down there.
Requires 17.
Double 8 for Damo. I gave him his Australian nickname there. And he can't find the bottom left corner either.
You require 32.
Another go,
From
and
the
this time it's
second
found. I suppose
Stephen
practice
Johnston.
makes perfect. And Johnston opens up a 2-0 lead, and Damien Maul will be feeling burrowed underneath the mud here at the Modus Live Lounge.
You bring up a good point about that phrase, Henry, because I don't believe in practice makes perfect in darts.
180.
Even though that visit was perfect, I believe in practice makes better. You can't perfect this game. It's possible in short bursts.
100.
But has anybody seen a player perfect this game in a longer format? No, nobody's ever done it. Even though last week I was talking to one of our colleagues, Abigail Davis, about a game that Colin Osborne played on the PDC Tour once. It is largely regarded as the best game performance in the history of the sport. 4-0, and he threw 42 darts. 11-11, 9-11. This is double 14. And a 3-0 lead.
On the third leg, Stephen Johnston.
Well, he's getting better as the day goes along. He continues to impress. It's his second ton top of the day, having taken out the 1-6-1 earlier on. In just under 6 minutes,
60.
Stephen Johnston's free up.
Just starting to feel that Damien is becoming the fish food in the big tank. And all of the fish are very, very hungry.
$24.
You can't really see Damien coming back from 3-0 here. Not the way things have gone today, and not the way he's played in this game.
45.
I think he'd be happy now just to go into tomorrow, almost write off what happened today, and come in afresh, come in anew. And this is probably where now he probably does want that arm over the shoulder of Jimmy Van Schie, although he's probably going to have to climb up towards his, probably towards his chest to get there. But
That's a good point. But if there is any encouragement for Damien, it's this. September 3rd, a couple of years ago, we came to Portsmouth on a very famous Saturday night. It was 4-3 in the first final here, that autumn, won by a certain Kieran Tian. If you remember, he finished bottom of Group A that week. Came through Group C and ended up winning the whole thing. And he's the only Irish winner on a Saturday night here from a Week 6 campaign. So there's a bit of an indication that it is possible, Damien, to recover from a bad first day.
And it looks like a first day which is going to end in a 4-0 defeat. Johnston, 76, double 8. For a routine 4-0 victory. Johnston gets the better of Maul to 0. And it's 4 wins from 5 for the Scot. And he picks up in the vein that he left off when he departed us a year ago. Stephen Johnston with a 4-0 win against Damien Maul. That's the tail of the tape there for Damien. Now he's in excess of a ton in one of his matches, but that just felt like maybe a game and a bridge too far for him. For Stephen Johnston, well, he'll be happy enough with the day's play. 4-0 victory in that one. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Tom Sykes up against Reece Colley. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're joined here by Stephen Johnston. Stephen, many, many congratulations. 4 wins from 5. It's like you've never been away from the live lounge.
I'll take 4 wins for 5. That's pretty good, eh? But everybody in that players' room in here can be MD, so I don't want to get too high, but done good today. I would take that.
What was your expectations when you walked through the building this morning?
I just want to beat everybody at darts, basically, eh?
I mean, you really do enjoy it on there. You really do feel comfortable in that stage. We saw it last time you were here, and it just felt like from Dart 1, it just felt like home for yourself.
Basically, we came down early on Saturday and we watched the finals on Saturday, get the buzz for it, so gave us an extra bit of boost there when I jumped on the stage. It's a dartboard, does the spin round, you came in here today, so I just go up there and try to smash it up.
Did that actually help you a little bit coming on set, just to get used to the environment again? Because I would say it's been a year since we last seen you here.
We came down early and you got settled in the hotel, took the dog for a walk and things like that. So you're like preparing for war, basically.
How has the last year been for Stephen Johnston since we last saw you?
It's been good. It's been playing darts in the vaults. I play in the Players' Lounge in Falkirk, and he's got a great setup there, and that really does bring my game on a lot. Gone down and playing there, and you've got a lot of good players there. It's a good field. So, aye, definitely. And I'd just like to thank the sponsors, BA and the Players' Lounge, Stephen, for helping us on this journey, basically. So I'm just trying to hit them in the treble 20s now, eh? That's the thing I need to do.
That's the big game plan. That's the big goal. You missed out on finals night so closely last time you were here. I suppose that's got to be the big goal, isn't it, to try and right that wrong?
Yeah, basically, I never look at the leaderboard. I just take every game as it comes. And I'm not suspecting none this week, but as I said last time, when I go up on that stage, I want to beat the player that's in front of me. It doesn't matter who they are. They could be the best player in the world. Listen, every person that comes down here, they can all beat each other. But if it's your day, it's going to happen. But I didn't like to look too far ahead, you know.
But you can have one look at the league table tonight and see yourself at the...
Who's top?
You know exactly who's top. But Stephen, it's been great chatting to you. Great to have you again here. Next up for us, it's Reece Colley up against Tom Sykes. I'm going to rejoin Paul Nicholson in commentary.
Many thanks, Henry. Interesting to hear from Stephen there, who's got a very philosophical way of looking at the sport. And he's right. The dartboard does not spin. And I think these players are very happy that it doesn't. Because if it did, it would be a lot harder. However, when we look at this fixture now, with Colley against Sykes, we look at it with fresh eyes. At the start of the day, we thought it would be good. But based on the way they played in the last round or two, it looks a little bit better. Sykes averaging nearly 100 in his previous match, which was not that long ago. Whereas Reece Colley has just had a little bit more time to wait since game 10, 43, when he averaged 107.36. That is still the performance of the day individually. But there's every chance if both players turn up here that this could be the best collective game. Sykes, however, probably needs the points a little bit more than Reece does.
Well, great chatting there to Stephen Johnston. But you feel like these are two players that are going to make sure the darts do the talking.
Very ominous words from Stephen there about going to war, by the way. I think we're getting a bit of an insight into how he ticks.
He plays with that high-edge flair and intensity, but as is Reece Colley, and his scoring on day one has been... Well, it's been tremendous, hasn't it? His overall first 9 average for the day, 109.44.
Yeah, many thanks to our backroom staff for getting that number for us to give us an indication of where he is with the first 9.
140.
That is really useful.
Oh, that is elite 10 numbers for your first 9.
46.
Well, not so much in this leg, but it's early yet.
59. Tommy McCoy, 100.
Can't afford to look at the league table and think, do you know what? I've had a good day. No matter what happens, I'm going to be happy. That is the last thing you want to think.
86.
Don't be content with 6 points if you're Reese, and do not, at any stage, feel content with 4 if you're Tom.
56.
This could be a group decided by the smallest of margins, and don't let them go against you. Margins like this, darts like that, which are missed.
Ratio requires 68.
That was always going to be in the way of that shot. Nothing in the way of tops, potentially?
Game shot on the first leg.
He was just a little bit further away from it, so the flight, the stem and the barrel did not even come into the equation.
Second leg, it's Reese to throw first.
1-0 Colley, a break in 21 darts. Not seen many of them today.
No
60.
game is exactly like another. That's just the way that darts works. You've got to be okay with that. If you expect to turn up here, play 5 games on a Monday, and each game's going to be exactly the same, you're in the wrong sport.
$100.
This is another one of those fixtures that you could genuinely think
59.
could be this week's final. I would not be shocked at all, because you've got 2 previous weekly winners here, and they've both got just the 1 weekly title. For Colley, it could have been more, because he has been to 4 Saturday nights previously, including a Champions Night. And when you've been to a Champions Night, you want to get back there, because they're pretty good occasions.
81.
Rammed to the rafters. Was it in Portsmouth for the last Champions Night here at
60.
the Modus Super Series?
Ratio required 164.
6 darts for a 2-0 lead. Doing exactly what he needs to do.
124.
And even though he just flung that last dart away, admittedly in the right department, he's looking at a better leg than the previous one
95.
for the same sort of result.
40.
Incrementally getting better, and 2-0 Colley leads. And he does have a little bit of retribution with Tom Sykes, because on that Champions Night, the pair faced off. Tom Sykes won by 4 legs to 2, averaging 106.5 in that game. 4 from 9 when it came to the double. He took out a 1-2-6 in the contest. And when you lose to a player on an occasion like that, it smarts with you, and you do not forget it.
If you were to walk up to Reece Colley right now, he would reference that game immediately. A group game, possibly a Saturday night game that they've had in trying to get to a Champions Week. They might think, I've cast that one out. But games like that,
60.
for different reasons, both players will remember it. And Sykes, over 106. At the time, it was not a surprise.
130.
He was flying at the time.
Wasn't even his highest average of that week. And remember, that was a game that Sykes had to win to stay in.
Yeah, 5 maximums tells you everything you need to know. 5 in 6 legs.
98.
We haven't got any so far in this game.
Well, it's kind of been a feast and famine, really, when it's come to maximum. We've either had loads in a game or none whatsoever.
95.
It's been a weird day from that perspective. Sykes to bring it back to 2-1. Double 16 for 13. Business as usual has resumed.
4th leg, it's Reese to throw first.
You know how Reese is called Chaos?
Yes.
Look at both of the dart shirts. They look rather similar.
100.
They look like some sort of contemporary art that makes no sense.
99.
Well, his colleagues mashed together some of his fabled Aston Villa colours. They've got a big game on Wednesday night. Take on Manchester City at the Etihad.
96.
Yeah, should be a good game, that one, actually. And Reese would love to kick back and watch that game after winning Group A. That is an ideal scenario for this week for him. As for Tom, being from Castleford, he's probably a rugby league fan.
57.
He is. His dad is a massive, massive rugby league fan. Remember the week that he won it? And he kind of was the star of the show. He is a real character, as is Reese, and he is showing all of his characteristics here.
Can I say something rather controversial at this point? I've been to one rugby league game in my life at Manly Sea Eagles in Australia, and I didn't like it. I can't get along with rugby league. It's not my thing.
54.
Darts I can, and lots of other sports, but rugby league, nope, not for me.
Well, there goes your ticket to Castleford.
Got to be honest. Well, wow. That one's in the wrong postcode, Reese. And that one's almost too close.
No score.
What a strange visit that was.
50.
And it could completely swing the trajectory of this game because Sykes now has had 2 darts at double 16, now double 8. And the game would have been back at 2-2 if he found them. Would have got the break and would have had the darts.
He knows how big that was. Has he missed his chance to go level? He has indeed.
Reese Colley.
Opportunities like that against someone like Reese Colley just don't come up every hour.
There gets Tom to throw first. Game on.
Going back to the rugby league theme, I'm sure Castleford Tigers play at the Menderhose Jungle.
190.
Well, welcome to the jungle, Tom Sykes.
91.
I don't think there's many jungles in Castleford.
Oh, yes. Oh, wow.
139.
You just saw his right shoulder there, trying to save the shot. It came out of his hand a bit too late. But has he left it too late? As we now get a bit of a blitz on the 180 department from both players. Well, you can always leave double 1 for a 10-darter. It's been done before you say anything.
An 11 will do for Sykes, but Colley is going to keep close order.
100. Tommy required 52.
Usually likes tops. Sticks with plan A.
Game shown the 5th leg.
Don't need plan B
Tom Sykes.
when plan A is that good.
So Colley throws for a 4th victory from 5 on the opening day.
It could have been a lot worse for Tom today. Worst case scenario, he loses this leg or the next.
100.
And he walks away with 4 points. But the worst case scenario for him is that he's 4 points behind going into day 2. If he makes a big move on day 2, day 3 could be very fruitful. Not everybody wins Group A by dominating it. Sometimes 1, 2, 3, or even 4 players will all be locked going into the last couple of rounds, and it's just a case of having that sprint finish.
I get the sense that Tom will reflect upon today in a very philosophical manner.
55.
He might be smelling blood here, you know. Colley has slowed down.
100.
The incline-decline effect.
$60.
You hope for his sake he hasn't hit the wall at the wrong time here. Because Sykes is finding more troubles than Colley at the minute. And getting leg leads like this. And if he can take full advantage of this situation, he could have the darts on the last leg.
64. Tommy require
Well, he needs himself a 167. Sykes will expect 6 from 122. And the way that he went about it, he was going for full conviction and full clinicalisation. And Sykes levels at 3-3 of a 122.
7 from final leg. It's Tom to throw.
The averages
first.
tell you a bit of a story
Game
here,
on.
because Reese Colley's numbers have gone down towards 84. Sykes is inclined towards 89.
100.
That 122, whereas it may not have been needed, may just give him the amount of adrenaline and belief that this game is his to take to make Monday feel a lot better than it could have been.
59.
It could have been miserable for him. He could have walked away with as little as 2 points. Now, he's not that far away from getting 6.
Well, after 2 throws in this final leg, Tom Sykes is the favourite now to win this game. Very much so, although that was a slip with the last start that has just opened up the door.
Well, if you have Sykes on 6 points overnight and you've got Colley on 6 points, you've got 2 players thinking very differently about 6 points. However, let's see how the chips fall, and that could be so costly. It's cost him a finish. Colley gets 105 or more here. He is favourite to win this match.
How a leg can seesaw from one direction to the other.
How good was that dart?
105.
A pure shot from the left-hand side of the oche. No deflections needed. And that second dart at that visit might be the difference between these two.
145.
But Sykes has come back to leave himself a double, and so it forces a 96 to go. Double 18 for Tops. He's had a match dart, and it might be the only one he gets. Sykes is back for double 18. 2 9s. And it will be 3 wins on the opening day for Tom Sykes. He had to work, he had to battle, but he gets his just rewards. For Reece Colley, well, at times he put in some imperious, superlative numbers, but it is only going to be 6 points for the Dudley man. As for Tom Sykes, he'll be happy to be on that figure. It guarantees Stephen Johnston to be top overnight. Pilgrim against Vankie is to see who is going to join Colley and Sykes on 6. So, here we go, the final game of the day, and it sees Daryl Pilgrim take on Jimmy Vankie to round off the day's worth of fixtures. The victor will move on to 6 points. Vankie will be disappointed because he began the day with 2 wins, Pilgrim may be a little bit aggrieved to be on that total because of what we've seen from him here in the past. But for the winner of this, they are still very much in the mix. Stephen Johnston leads the way, but only on 8 points. Tomorrow will be, by dictionary definition, moving day.
It's Darryl to throw first. Game on.
Absolutely. And a move in the right direction would happen for Pilgrim if he finds a little bit more output. If you look at his performances today, 92.5 a couple of times.
47.
And you would accept that a lot of the time here at this level. But couple that with a 79 average in his second game and an 84, albeit a winning 84, in his third.
60.
That's not prime Mr. P. But don't panic on a Monday. If you can get 6 points, you're only 2 points behind Stephen Johnston at the top. That is more than okay. But if Jimmy walks away with only 4, he'll be devastated after winning his first 2 games, like
55.
you said.
Well, it's been an intriguing opening day. The opening day was opened by Pilgrim going a little bit crazy. A 4-0 win against Tom Sykes, an average of 92.5. He'll be hoping to bookend his day with convincingly
60.
comprehensive wins. He's first to finish in this leg, and he is going to get a couple of cracks on 140. But the way that first start's laid, he would have half fancied the second one to follow, but he's going to leave tops after 12 to take out the opening leg.
I cannot remember the last time we had 6 4-0s in 14 games on any day. Especially a day like today with this field.
Game shot in the first.
But it's Pilgrim who takes the lead.
Pilgrim.
14 darts gets it done.
Second leg, it's Jimmy to throw first.
Well, the action's going that quickly today that I could walk home.
Why did the buses stop at 2 o'clock?
100.
Bank holiday, isn't it?
Oh, I see. I see what you did there. You can always get a scooter.
Well, be an afternoon of soccer Saturday, I suppose, won't it?
On a Monday.
Well, soccer special.
96.
That's what bank holidays are all about here in the UK. Doing the things that you love, whether it's playing darts, watching darts, reffing darts.
Yeah, he won't enjoy the football, the referee Owen Binks. He's supporting Colchester United, who are in a scrap to stay in League 2, which, if you're new to football or watching from abroad, is a very, very, very low league.
Every time he talks about Colley, I just tune out. Darryl Pilgrim is very much tuning in at the minute. That was a lovely approach. He's got to be careful here, Jimmy, because he could get swallowed up by this group and find himself in Group C for the second time running if he's not careful.
Oh, hang about. Oh, hang about.
126.
Just couldn't find the line or length for the last.
Welcome to the Hall of Fame of Miss Bullseye pulled faces there, Mr. P. That was an A-plus grade
71.
pulled face there. You might pay the price for the pull, though. Double 10 for Jimmy. Very nice.
Second leg, Jimmy Vankie.
It just goes to show that Darryl did pay the price for missing the ball on the big fish checkout.
Feel like it's Darryl to throw first.
Welcome to Group A, where missing the bullseye for a big fish
60.
is punished severely.
That was a very sinister voice, Henry. Was that your best impression of Hannibal Lecter?
Oh no, I can be more sinister and
134.
nervous.
That wasn't an invitation. Who's the most sinister dart player who's ever graced the Super Series stage?
96.
We don't really get any sinister dart players, do we? Everybody's very friendly these days. Makes me sick.
I think it's probably for the best so we don't divulge down that rabbit hole for various reasons.
Or this week, we're not going to call it a rabbit hole, we're going to call it the Mole hole. Because Damien Maul is in a hole.
140.
I used to work with someone called the Human Mole once.
Was he called Hans?
No.
Hans Moleman from The Simpsons.
I knew that at some point. I knew at some point this week that was going to come up.
I'm not going to revisit which Simpsons character
60.
I thought Jimmy was. I got enough stick for the impression of the guy, the very tall guy in the car. Lovely ton. He wanted to get 105 plus to get into 2-dart territory, but when you don't get a treble in the first 2 darts, you'd settle for the ton. Jimmy's turn on this checkout is fruitless.
So Pilgrim missed the ball for the 170. What can you make of the 105? Perhaps the biggest surprise is he hasn't taken out a ton plus check so far today.
Until now.
91.
That's a bad last start.
Jimmy require 112.
He would admit that. That's not me casting dispersions his way. His miss range is probably 2 millimeters either side. He's missed that double by almost half an inch.
Well, he could recover it here if he found the treble 19, Jimmy, but he couldn't on that occasion. So Pilgrim's going to be back
40.
for double 7 to
Dowry
put
required
himself
40.
2-1 to the good.
At least he's hit this double today, so he's got good memories of it.
Game shot in the
And I'm
third.
pretty sure he's
Down
hit it in
Pilgrim.
exactly the same spot as last time, because he left a little penetration mark in that double 7 and he's just
Well,
plugged
here's
it.
Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
2-1 Pilgrim leads. 2-1 to the Palace man.
Okay, that was a sinister face.
140.
There's some fairly sinister nicknames out there, like The Undertaker. Stuart Pearce in football was called Psycho.
98.
There was a reason behind that as well. Neil Razor Ruddock.
60.
I think I'd have rather gone up against Ruddock than Stuart Pearce.
Vinnie Jones.
Yeah, got a yellow card, didn't he, after 4 seconds for a Chelsea
Yes.
game at Stamford Bridge.
100.
Not as good as Anthony Gordon winning player of the match and then getting his second yellow card 20 seconds later at the weekend.
Yeah, well, descent doesn't go far in football. And it doesn't go far in darts either. You don't tend to see many people have dissent to another player or a referee in this sport. Very gentlemanly most of the time.
84. Jimmy require 100.
Long may it continue. Well, 6 from here for Jimmy. And I just wonder whether he would have had a poke at the bullseye as well. 68 upon his return to square this last encounter of the day up at 2-2.
Well, this is where Darrell's trying to get 171 to leave double 4 potentially, but
97.
the lie of that first start made him
require
switch.
68.
Double 16.
36.
Doesn't go. Pilgrim's got the break chance.
Dowry require
I don't think
82.
Jimmy threw that one very well. That one landed in the board a bit feathery. Double top for 3-1 then.
42.
Just a bit safe.
Jimmy
A bit like a
require
Chris Waddle
32.
penalty, that one right over the bar.
Sheffield Wednesday legend, I hear. Double 16.
Game shot on
2-2.
the 4 flag. Jimmy Vankie.
Is there such a thing as a Sheffield Wednesday legend?
You really are poking the bear today, aren't you?
First.
All the Marseille fans out there with Chris Waddle, Newcastle, Spurs. And you had to put Sheffield Wednesday first.
100.
In fairness, they won't be able to see anything from League One next year anyway.
Anyway,
60.
I think it's best we move on.
I think it's best, yes.
This is not the kind of game that I have associated with Pilgrim a lot over the last 6 months, where he's 2-all, averaging 99 here at the Super Series. Maybe when he's playing on the Pro Tour as a substitute, I would envisage him averaging 99 and losing,
96.
because that's something that has followed him around a lot. But he still retains the throw here, and he still is favourite for this match. As long as he picks off enough trebles. But visits like that will not please him at all. In fact, you'll be somewhat puzzled to hear that this year in Players' Championship events, Darryl has played in 6 of them, has lost all 6 games, and on every occasion he's averaged over 93. That is a harsh lesson. He's lost to Sedlacek, Hetta, Doby, Dirk van Dijvenbode, Darryl Gurney. My word. And in his first game of the year, he averaged 98.1 and lost to Michael Smith.
131. Jimmy require
He is running the risk of possibly losing this one as well.
Vankie can take out the 116, and if he can find the treble here, he would have left his beloved double 18. Pilgrim
60.
looking to re-establish a lead at 3-2.
I'm not sure it's beloved double 18 at the minute. I think it's more estranged. Double top. That's more like it. He's just trying to make something happen. I like this approach from him. He's not content with 4 points. I don't even think he'll be content with 6. But 6 is all he can get if he wins one of the last 2 legs.
Well, Darryl's one of those players whose expectations are so lofty. And so they should, because what he's achieved over the last 18 months, 2 years, has been as good as anybody who hasn't picked up a tour card.
I think it's a very good word. Lofty.
60.
Used to be a character in EastEnders back in the 80s. Used to go out with Michelle Fowler. But lofty is a good word because all he's doing is he's looking up. He's looking at the Modus Super Series as a vehicle to vault him to big, big things.
Wasn't Lofty one of the trucks in Bob the Builder?
Wrong generation, Henry. Your first clue is that I have seen EastEnders back when it started.
Put it this way, Bob the Builder was UK #1 in the year I was born at Christmas.
Say no more.
121 to take us all the way, and he's got a couple of visits to take it out, and that's why he goes 25 first. And now double 18. Oh, yes! Oh, yes, Jimmy Vankie.
I make that the first time he's hit double 18 today.
Final against Darryl to throw first. Game on.
He's only had to wait until the end of his last match. But did you notice the rhythm? It was faster. All 3 darts thrown with real zip.
140.
The rhythm of the darter. Jimmy's found an answer, and he's spraying trebles everywhere.
140.
We know what kind of music you listen to, Henry.
Oh, it's a passion.
57.
Sensible there from Darryl. If you're going to miss the treble on 17s, at least you're on a number that means you can stay straight upstairs.
45.
140, 180 leaves you with a finish instead of switching around the board. Retains the throw. Doesn't quite make full advantage of that, but that's okay for now.
Just watching the facial mannerisms of Darryl. Yes, he was a bit frustrated at times, but it's been full focus in this last leg, and that could be so crucial. That bounce out there from Jimmy Vankie.
He was never going to be on a finish, but it's the small margin that Darryl has of half a dart. How key will it be? It's a 2 treble visit this time for Darryl, so a match dart should be incoming in the next 15 seconds or so.
Vankie hopes and Vankie prays. He's got to do the hitting first, and then he has got to hope.
140.
He's left it handy enough.
He requires 70.
But Pilgrim to make it 6 points from his first day. He's going to have a dart at double 16 to do just that. And he takes it first time of asking. It's a look of relief in the end for Daryl Pilgrim, who gets over the line. He ends the first day with 3 wins from 5. He feels like there could have been more in the tank, but he is in the week. And as for Jimmy Vankie, he won his first 2, and it just kind of unravelled a little bit from there. Good game, real good game to end the day's affairs. 93-95 the averages, the finishing on point as well. Vankie took us to a last leg with that 1-2-1 out, but it is Pilgrim who prevails in our final encounter of the opening day's play. Myself and Paul Nicholson are going to make it over to the studio to assess all. Well, Scott Taylor beat Tom Sykes in that final to win Series 6. Sykes has been in action today. A mix and match day as far as he's concerned. Real tight opening day in terms of the results. Let's have a look at them now. In terms of the score lines, it didn't feel like that. But in terms of the way things split, well, it very much was so. Paul Nicholson is alongside me here in the studio to assess what we've seen, and sometimes we can come in here, we can talk about the day's action, and we can have a clear picture about what we talk about in terms of what we saw out there. But today was the kind of day where things just changed 10 to the dozen.
Things did change. At the start of play, we were flabbergasted at how many 4-0s we were seeing, and especially against the form horses coming into this morning's play. If you'd have said to us that we would have 4-3 matches at the end of play at the halfway point, I wouldn't have believed you. So things changed from the first half to the second half after the first half was very unpredictable.
It most certainly was. Well, the player that will be the most happy is the man at the top of the table, Stephen Johnston, ADC qualifier, first time here in a year, and it's felt like he's never really been away.
Just so much confidence and belief in himself. I like his approach as well. You were talking earlier about how he was here early and sampling the atmosphere from Saturday night, just getting that familiarity with the place again after not being here for 12 months. Such a smart player. And that gets my vote for doing the right thing. So many times we've seen people turn up here late and they just aren't prepared, and sometimes they take their appearance for granted. Not Stephen. Here well in advance, well prepared, and look at what he's done with it.
And some big checkouts en route as well, and some big celebrations to go with them.
Well, let's face facts. If you want to come here and you want to watch a dart player, would you watch someone who is mundanely going about their business, or do you want to watch this guy? He looks like fun to watch, not just through your screen, but in person as well. And if he's popping 1-6-1s and really good checkouts like he's done pretty much all day long, I think there are a lot of great things to talk about with Stephen.
Will Reece Colley feel the most frustrated for the points that he got today in terms of, if you look at his performances, particularly his scoring power, that he only got 6 points to show for it?
Yeah, maybe. I think Jimmy will probably feel aggrieved that he walked away with only 4 points after winning his first 2 games. But Reece Colley based on the level of performance that we've seen from him today, including this 160 checkout, maybe when he goes back to his accommodation, he will think, I'm not sure I got what I deserved today, but in this sport, you get exactly what you deserve.
But is it a case of he thinks, right, if I go back, play like this tomorrow, then surely fortunes are going to change?
They might, but if Tom Sykes is a bit more consistent and Pilgrim is a bit more explosive, there's no guarantee that Rhys Colley will get 6 points at all tomorrow. He will take 6 points tomorrow, of that there's no doubt, if the other players in his vicinity do the same.
As far as Tom Sykes is concerned, obviously we saw him play with new equipment for the first time today. It took him a little while to wear into it, but we saw a lot of really encouraging signs, didn't we, as the day developed?
You and I have covered a lot of Tom's escapades here in Portsmouth, and most of them have been positive. But the one thing that we learned about Tom the first time he was here was that he failed to make the Saturday, but the second time he was here, he put it right. That was a journey of what I did last time I have to fix over the course of weeks. What he did today, he fixed over the course of minutes. That tells me something about this guy. I'm impressed with him. I think he's got something in between the ears as well as something in the hand.
And just finally, just talk to me about Jimmy Vankie, how he's going to be feeling, because he came out the trap so well. He won his first 2 matches, but I get the feeling he'll probably go back to his hotel room a little bit deflated in the end.
Yeah, he will when you think about the points, but if he micro-analyses the situations, he should be okay with 4 points. He took advantage of a situation in game 1 where he missed a bucket full of darts for the match and just got over the line against Maul. He maybe took advantage of 2 players being a little cold at the start, and towards the end, they warmed up when he didn't get hotter.
Well, let's have a look at the table then, following the first day's worth of play. Stephen Johnston leads the way. He said he doesn't look at league tables. If I was him, I'd have a very good look at it now. Rhys Colley, Dale Pilgrim, Tom Sykes all on 6, Vankie on 4. Maul yet to get a win here on the board. He'd be hoping to do that tomorrow. And I'll tell you what, Paul, if tomorrow is anything like today, what a day's worth of action we're going to enjoy. It's been a bank holiday bonanza.
Yeah, it's been a really, really good first day for the week. I expect more from them tomorrow. I'm not putting the players under additional pressure, but now that they've got that first day under their belt, they will come here with a little bit of extra sharpness, in my opinion. So no pressure, lads. Come and bring your best. And I expect something from everybody, even Maul, who's got probably more wounds to lick than most.
Not an April Fool's in sight.
Thank goodness.
Well, thank you so much for your company today, Paul. Thank you so much for your company as well on this Bank Holiday Monday. And what a bonanza we have had here at the Super Series. The live lounge in Portsmouth has been lit up, and it's the fiery Scot, Stephen Johnston, that leads the way going into day 2. Bye-bye for now.